Chapter 617. Su Chen curled his lips and said with a smile, "Why are you so angry? Think about it. You're a sage-level expert. Isn't your life worth 100 blood gems?" The ancestor of the Beast clan fell silent. Su Chen's words were reasonable, but he still felt uncomfortable. He had failed to make things difficult for Su Chen. Instead, he had been led by the nose by Su Chen. In the end, he had to pay 100 blood gems. How humiliating! If word got out, he would be disgraced. Seeing the ancestor of the Beast clan fall silent, Su Chen rubbed his nose and reminded him, "You're the only one who can make me swear an oath. My patience is limited. Don't make me wait too long." The ancestor of the Beast clan gritted his teeth and finally compromised. He threw out a cloth bag and snorted, "Here's the thing. You can swear now." Su Chen took the cloth bag and checked it. After making sure there were 100 blood gems in it, he threw it into the storage bag. Then, he looked at the patriarch of the Beast Tamer clan and said coldly, "Who are you trying to show your displeasure to? Do I owe you anything?" The ancestor of the Beast clan took a deep breath. His chest rose and fell violently. He suppressed his anger and said in a muffled voice, "Human, don't go too far." Seeing that the ancestor of the Beast clan was on the verge of exploding, Su Chen stopped teasing him. Then he said solemnly, "I, Su Chen, swear that as long as the Beast Tamers behave themselves in front of me, I will not kill them." The ancestor of the Beast clan gnashed his teeth in anger. Su Chen had sworn an oath, but he wanted the Beast clan to lower their heads in front of him in the future. How shameless! But at least the result was what he wanted, so he did not dwell on it anymore. But after this, he had to remind his clansmen to stay as far away from Su Chen as possible. "All right, I've already made the oath. Can you leave now?" Su Chen ordered him to leave. The grand ancestor of the Beast Tamer clan did not want to stay here any longer. He turned around and left without saying a word. Soon he disappeared from their sight. When the ancestor of the Beast Tamer clan left in disgrace, the people on the intelligent chariot admired Su Chen so much that they could not stop themselves from admiring him. "Jianghu is really too awesome." Chao Ran clicked his tongue and sighed with emotion. Facing the threat of a saint-level expert, Su Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He sent him away with a few words and took the opportunity to extort a sum of blood gems. Perhaps only Su Chen could do such an outrageous thing, and only Su Chen would dare to do such a thing. "Satoshi, is that old thing gone?" Su Chen asked the intelligent chariot, to confirm whether the ancestor of the Beast Tamer tribe had really left. "Master, he has left. He's more than 5 kilometers away from us," the intelligent chariot immediately replied. Su Chen nodded slightly and said, "Get out of the chariot." The people on the chariot did not hesitate. They got out and gathered around Su Chen. "Satoshi, turn into the smallest form," Su Chen ordered. The intelligent chariot had to shrink in size to enter the teleportation formation. Click, click, click. The intelligent war chariot transformed into a palm-sized war chariot model. Seeing this, the others did not react. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi, on the other hand, were incomparably shocked. "Senior brother Chen, let's hurry." Su Chen reminded him with a smile. "Oh." Chen Feng came to his senses and was the first to enter the cave. Chapter 618. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the teleportation portal in the cave was not destroyed. They could finally return to the human continent. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. Behind them, Chen Feng installed the 3 level 8 energy stones and activated the teleportation portal. Su Chen and the others' figures gradually became blurry and finally disappeared. After a moment of dizziness, they were already on top of a giant mountain when they reappeared. The surroundings were covered in white snow and the cold air was oppressive. There was even a bone-chilling wind blowing from all directions. The teleportation portal was built in such a godforsaken place? Su Chen mumbled. He quickly took out the intelligent war chariot and turned it into flying mode. Then, everyone boarded the flying ship one by one. "Senior brother Cheng, where is the teleportation portal to the mysterious heavenly mainland?" Su Chen asked immediately. "Yinji City, Qin Feng said directly. Satoshi, lock onto Yenji City and head there immediately, Su Chen ordered. Since he did not know when the teleportation portal would be activated, he had to confirm the time as soon as possible. If it could be activated in a short period of time, he would stay on Chongshu Island. If it took too long, he planned to make a trip to prosperous Dawn Island and kill that bastard Han Sanqian. The intelligent war chariot received the order and flew straight to Yenji City. On the way, Su Chen asked Qin Feng again, Senior Brother Qin, where does the teleportation portal in Yenji City lead to in the mysterious heavenly mainland? Du City in the Wenxi dynasty, Qin Feng replied. Su Chen had never heard of Du City. However, it was fine as long as it was in the Wenxi dynasty. This was because the first place they had to go was Xixia Valley, which was in the Wenxi dynasty. Brother Su, if the teleportation portal can't be activated immediately, we can participate in the auction in Yenji City, Qin Feng suggested. Auction? Su Chen muttered. When he was in Tongtian City, he had participated in an auction once. Back then, he had gained quite a lot. He was a little tempted by Qin Feng's suggestion. He asked, when will the auction be held? As a tycoon, he had too many energy stones and energy stones on him to count, especially the ordinary energy stones. As his level continued to increase, low-grade energy stones were no longer of any use to him. He might as well exchange it for something useful at the auction. Yenji City's auction is held once a month. It should be held in a few days. Qin Feng thought for a moment and replied. Su Chen nodded slightly. Let's go take a look if we have the chance. Since there were blood gems at the auction, there might be other good items as well. His interest was piqued. After flying for an hour, the intelligent war chariot arrived above a plain. As the flying speed was too slow, Su Chen simply let the intelligent war chariot transform back into a war chariot and drive on the ground. After driving for about half an hour, they entered a town. Su Chen was surprised to find that there was no one in the town. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood in the town. If this town wasn't an abandoned town, then where did all the people here go? Satoshi, are there any signs of zombies or aliens nearby? Su Chen asked. He wondered if the people here had been killed by zombies or non-humankind beings. The intelligent war chariot searched for a while and replied, Master, there are no zombies or aliens. There are more than a dozen humans in front. That's strange. Su Chen muttered. He didn't think much about it and let the intelligent war chariot move on. When the intelligent war chariot left the town, there were hundreds of human skeletons on the ground. Some of the skeletons were stained with blood. Apparently, they hadn't been dead for long. Chapter 619. Among the hundreds of skeletons, there were more than a dozen men standing. At this time, their eyes were filled with blood-red light as they sized up the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, are they humans? Su Chen asked with a frown. These humans looked very strange and gave him a feeling of familiarity, but he could not remember where he had seen them before. Master, judging from their aura, they are indeed humans, the intelligent war chariot replied affirmatively. Since they were humans, Su Chen would not bother with them as long as they did not provoke them. However, at this time, Xia Jingyi reminded him, look at their clothes, they seem to be from Spirit Snake Valley. Is Spirit Snake Valley very famous? Su Chen asked. Spirit Snake Valley is also a big force on Chongshu Island. Their leader is a level 6 evolutionary, Xia Jingyi explained. Satoshi, let's continue. Su Chen shook his head and sneered at Spirit Snake Valley. A level 6 evolutionary might be a powerful figure on Chongshu Island, but in his eyes, they were like ants. Unexpectedly, when the intelligent war chariot passed by the people from Spirit Snake Valley, it was suddenly blocked by them. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He opened the car door and walked straight out. Boy, where did you come from? On the opposite side, a one-eyed man sized up Su Chen and shouted. Su Chen rubbed his nose and was about to reply when he saw the one-eyed man's expression suddenly change. Then he said very respectfully, Senior, sorry for disturbing you. We'll leave now. After saying that, he gave the others a look and began to retreat slowly. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. When he got out of the car, he restrained his aura. Logically speaking, the other party could not see through his cultivation without fighting. However, this situation was not absolute. Because there were two creatures that had the ability to detect one's cultivation. One was the devouring beast of the demon clan, and the other was the bloodworm of the blood clan's continent. Su Chen thought of something and shouted, "Stop!" The one-eyed man's body trembled as he faced Su Chen and smiled embarrassedly. "Senior, what can I do for you?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. He instantly released his mental strength and grabbed him. "Senior, spare my life." The one-eyed man's body stiffened, and his face was filled with fear as he loudly begged for mercy. Su Chen brought it closer and snorted, "You should be a crimson bug, right?" The devourer beast was too strong, and would not bother to possess a human. Bloodworms, on the other hand, were not so particular. They would not even let zombies go. It was very likely that they would possess humans and control their thoughts. When the one-eyed man heard Su Chen mention crimson bug, his expression changed drastically. He looked terrified. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and quibbled, "Senior, I don't know what crimson bug is." Su Chen pouted and did not hold back. He controlled his mental strength and crushed the man's body. A loud bang was heard. At the same time that the one-eyed man turned into a blood mist, a strange red insect that was about 10 feet in size emerged and shot into the distance. At the same time, the other people from the Spirit Serpent Valley scattered and fled. "Do you think you can escape?" Su Chen smiled in disdain. He raised his hand and shot out a wind blade, slashing the dozen of them into two. The moment the dozen of them fell, a red glow shot out of their bodies at the same time. Subsequently, huge crimson bugs crawled out of the corpses. Chapter 620. What are they? Why do they look so disgusting? It was Shen Mingfei's first time seeing a crimson bug, so she felt disgusted. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi had never seen a crimson bug before, so they did not look too good. The rest had seen a crimson bug before. Su Chen had killed a crimson bug when he was at Qinyu Island. Wu Yang pondered for a while and explained to Chen Feng and the rest. Outside the carriage, Su Chen attacked again. After killing all the crimson bugs behind him, he chased after the crimson bug that was escaping. After a few breaths, he carried the crimson bug with his mental power and returned to where he was. Su Chen threw the crimson bug on the ground and asked coldly, "Did you kill all the humans here?" The crimson bug fed on humans' essence and blood to survive. Therefore, he suspected that the humans were killed by the crimson bugs. "We didn't kill them. They were already like this when we arrived," the crimson bug replied anxiously. "Since you didn't kill them, why are you here?" Su Chen sneered. The crimson bug hesitated. However, under Su Chen's cold stare, the crimson bug spoke after a while. "Senior, can you spare my life if I tell you the truth?" The crimson bug shrieked as soon as it finished its sentence. Su Chen hated it when people bargained with him, especially when they were not qualified to do so. Therefore, he controlled his mental power mercilessly and chopped off a small part of the crimson bug's body. The crimson bug was in so much pain that it kept rolling on the ground. "Tell me the truth or I'll chop you into powder." Su Chen stared at the crimson bug and said coldly. Under Su Chen's deadly stare, the crimson bug trembled and said, "Senior, we're chasing a crimson beast. All the humans here were killed by the crimson beast." Crimson beast? Su Chen frowned as it was his first time hearing about such a demonic beast. He asked, "The crimson beast is a demonic beast from the Blood Clan mainland? Why are you chasing it?" "The crimson beast isn't from the Blood Breed continent. It was the Valley Master's order to hunt it down," Crimson Bug answered honestly. "Why is your Valley Master chasing after the blackmail beast? What are the characteristics of a cracker beast?" Su Chen asked. The Valley Master of the Spirit Serpent Valley must have been controlled by the Crimson Bug as well. The thing that the Crimson Bug cared about would not be simple. The blackmail beasts are actually similar to the mutant beasts. They are violent and bloodthirsty by nature. What they like the most is to devour human flesh. The Valley Master did not explain why he wanted to capture him. Shuegu replied honestly. Su Chen glanced at the human skeletons nearby and thought to himself, It seems that these humans were all killed by the beasts. Then he continued to ask, how did you enter Chongsu Island? How many are there? If there were enough crimson worms, he could consider killing a bunch of them to get some fragments. Bloodbug replied, we entered through the boundary passage on Flowerless Island. There are less than 100 of us. Flowerless Island. Su Chen muttered as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Since Flowerless Island had a boundary passage that led to the Blood Clan mainland, there must be many Blood Clan members who came out. The Blood Clan was a cruel and evil clan. Su Chen did not have a good impression of them at all. If he had the time, he would kill all the Blood Clan members on Flowerless Island. There was no need for the Crimson Bug to stay since he had asked all the questions he wanted. After Su Chen crushed the Crimson Bug, he collected the fragments and returned to the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, let's move on. He turned to ask Chen Feng, Senior Brother Chen, have you heard of the Crimson Beast? Chapter 621. For some reason, Su Chen felt that the crap beast wasn't simple, so he wanted to ask about it. Never heard of it. Chen Feng shook his head. Su Chen didn't give up. He opened the pet-raising space and contacted the Flaming Phoenix. In terms of knowledge, other than the longevity fruit tree, the Flaming Phoenix was the most knowledgeable. The former knew a lot about spirit plants, while the latter was not only a member of the Holy Devil tribe but also entered the Void Battleground, so it should have some understanding of spirit beasts. Flaming Phoenix, have you heard of the crap beast? Su Chen asked. The Flaming Phoenix thought for a bit and suddenly said excitedly, Master, the crap beasts are very rare in the world. Although they are very evil, there is a chance that they have a soul orb in their body. Because of this soul orb, they are often hunted. It really had some background. Su Chen was shocked and asked, what is a soul orb? What is it used for? The Flaming Phoenix explained, the soul orb is only useful for blood-type spirit beasts. After devouring it, there is a high chance of awakening a blood-type god art. Su Chen was excited. Wasn't the super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito a blood-type spirit beast? If it devoured it, wouldn't it awaken a god art? Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, if Little Gold devoured it, would it awaken a god art? It would be a waste to let it devour it, but it is a blood-type spirit beast, so it should be able to, the Flaming Phoenix said calmly. Because the super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito was too weak, the Flaming Phoenix usually looked down on it. Therefore, it was inevitable that it would look down on it. Su Chen treated all spirit pets the same, so if there was a chance to increase their strength, he would definitely do it. Just as he was thinking about how to find the crap beast, the Flaming Phoenix asked, Master, have you found the crap beast? Su Chen didn't hide anything and told it what happened. Master, although the Krakes aren't very strong, their senses are very strong. They're also very good at hiding their presence, so I suspect that the Krakes are nearby and haven't gone far, Flaming Phoenix said seriously. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He ordered the intelligent chariot, Satoshi, search again and see if there are any demonic beasts nearby. A few seconds later, the intelligent war chariot replied, Master, no demonic beasts have been detected. Either they couldn't find the Krake beast, or the Krake beast had run out of the intelligent war chariot's search range. Or, as Flaming Phoenix had said, the beast had hidden itself. But no matter what the situation was, it was impossible to find the blackmail beast. It seems that this beast is not fated with little Jean. Su Chen sighed. Master, I have an idea that we can try, the Blazing Phoenix said. What is it? Su Chen was suddenly energized. It is said that the Krakes are not only fond of flesh and blood, but they also like high-quality ores. Master, don't you have blood gems? You can try it, Flaming Phoenix explained. That's a good idea. Su Chen nodded and stopped the intelligent war chariot. Then, he started to look through the storage bag. In order to attract the Krakes, he not only took out blood gems, but also many high-quality energy stones and other valuable ores. He threw all of them on the roof of the chariot. Then, he asked everyone to hide their presence and wait quietly. Chapter 622. Time passed bit by bit. An hour had passed. The surroundings were silent, and the crap beast had yet to appear. It seems like this method won't work, Su Chen muttered. Just as he was about to give up, a black shadow suddenly appeared at a certain position on the central control screen, and it was slowly approaching this side. At the same time, the intelligent war chariot warned, "Master, a monster is approaching us." Su Chen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Satoshi, lock onto it and enlarge the image." The image on the central control screen changed. Soon, a monster that was more than a meter long and shaped like a black panther appeared. "Little Flame, is this monster a crap beast?" Su Chen asked the flaming phoenix. "Master, it is a crap beast," the flaming phoenix replied with certainty. "Okay." Su Chen was relieved. In order to avoid any accidents, he didn't make a move immediately. Because the two of them were a few miles apart, he planned to wait for the crap beast to approach before making a move. However, this crap beast was very cautious. Not only was it slow, but it would also stop and observe from time to time. Even after more than 10 minutes, it was still a few hundred meters away from the intelligent war chariot. Su Chen was a little impatient. Just as he was about to get out of the car to capture it, the intelligent war chariot suddenly warned, "Master, there are 2 level 6 human cultivators approaching quickly." "Satoshi, open the door." Su Chen frowned and ordered. Although he didn't know why these 2 humans were here, their appearance would definitely scare the crap beast away. Therefore, he couldn't wait any longer. The moment the car door opened, he rushed out like an arrow. After locking on to the crap beast's position, Su Chen activated the rapid combat boots and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. In less than a few breaths, he had already arrived in front of the crap beast. Seeing someone rush in front of it, the crap beast jumped in fright. However, it didn't wait for death. A black light flashed all over its body, and its figure quickly became illusory. When Su Chen rushed in front of it, it completely disappeared. "He can even turn invisible?" Su Chen froze for a moment. Then, he released his mental power and swept it in all directions. Soon, he found a trembling beast behind a big tree. "You think you can escape from my grasp?" The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he controlled his mental power to bind it. Woo-woo. Under the entanglement of the mental power, the beast revealed its true form. At this moment, fear was written all over its face as it screeched nonstop. Su Chen glanced at him and carried him back to the intelligent chariot. "Little Flame, does this beast have a soul orb?" Su Chen immediately asked Flaming Phoenix. "Master, just cut open this guy's stomach and you'll know if he has a soul orb or not," the Flaming Phoenix said simply. Woo-woo. Although the crap beast couldn't speak human language, it was obviously intelligent. When it heard that its stomach was about to be cut open, it was so scared that it struggled desperately. Su Chen knocked it out with a punch, and then called Chao Ran to his side. It was best to let a professional like Chao Ran deal with something like disemboweling. "Chingu, leave this guy to me." Chao Ran walked forward and took out the nether dagger. Just as he was about to cut, a shout came from outside the chariot. "The people in the chariot, hand over our mutated beast. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The people who spoke were the 2 human cultivators from before. Judging from their tone, it was obvious that they were here for the crap beast. Chapter 623. Su Chen squinted his eyes and looked outside. He saw 2 young men in black. One of them was fat and the other was skinny. The fat man was very bloated and looked like a fat pig. The skinny man was slim and was as thin as a bamboo pole. Moreover, Su Chen also noticed that the skinny man was holding a blood-red crystal in his hand that was emitting a bewitching color. Just as Su Chen was about to go down to take a look, Chen Feng reminded him, "Brother Su, these 2 are from Beast Camp. The fat one is Ling Tianxiao and the skinny one is Ji Ning. They are both level 6 evolvers and each of them has a level 6 mutated beast in their pouches." "Which faction is Beast Camp from?" Su Chen asked calmly. "From Forgotten Autumn Mountain," Chen Feng replied. There were 7 factions in Forgotten Autumn Mountain and Beast Camp was one of them. There was also a level 9 powerhouse in the faction. Their strength was not to be underestimated. "So, they are from Forgotten Autumn Mountain." Su Chen mumbled and walked out of the car. No matter who they were, as long as they dared to have any ideas about him, he would kill them without mercy. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi looked at each other and followed closely behind Su Chen. They knew Su Chen well. Once there was a conflict, Ling Tianxiao and Ji Ning would definitely be killed. They were all from Forgotten Autumn Mountain, and Beast Camp had a good relationship with Sun Moon Star Palace. They did not want to see Su Chen and Beast Camp get into a conflict. When Ji Ning saw that it was a young man who came out of the car, his eyes were filled with disdain. He sneered, "Kid, our mutated beast is in your car, right? Hand it over and we will not make things difficult for you." "You are talking about the Beast Camp, right?" Su Chen curled his lips and smiled. "You know about the Beast Camp?" Ling Tianxiao, who was standing at the side, said in surprise. There were very few Beast Camp and only a handful of people knew about it. Yet, this young man in front of him knew about it. Could he be someone important? "Does it have anything to do with you whether I know or not?" Su Chen's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, as if he didn't care about the two of them at all. A mere level 6 cultivator was like an ant to him. He could kill her with one hand. Indeed, he did not have the qualifications to attract his attention. "Brat, are you very arrogant?" Ning let out a cold snort, his eyes slowly turning cold and sinister. Yet at this moment, Chen Feng walked over with a smile and greeted, "Brother Ling, Brother Ji, long time no see. Senior apprentice Brother Chen, Junior apprentice Sister Xia, why are you here?" Ning was slightly startled. "We were on a long trip and were planning to head to Yanji City. Coincidentally, we passed by this place." Chen Feng replied with a smile. Ning nodded slightly, then said, "Senior apprentice Brother Chen, did you capture that crap beast?" Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi came from the Sun Moon Star Palace, and the Sun Moon Star Palace was the #1 power in the Forgotten Autumn Mountain. Given his status, Ning was extremely courteous when he spoke. He didn't dare to be impudent at all. "Brother Ji, the Beast Camp belongs to Brother Su. You'd better not have any ideas about it." Chen Feng gave Ning a look as he spoke. Although he didn't know what kind of beast the Beast Camp was, since Su Chen valued it so much, it was enough to prove its value. Was it possible to take a tooth out of the tiger's mouth from Su Chen's hands? Not to mention Ning and Ling Tianxiao, even the patriarch of the Beast Tamer clan, who was above level 10, couldn't take advantage of Su Chen. He was even blackmailed. If a mere level 6 cultivator dared to be so arrogant in front of Su Chen, he would probably be killed in the next moment. By saying this, he was actually trying to save Ning and Ling Tianxiao. Of course, it was none of his business whether the other party understood it or not. Given their relationship, it was already extremely benevolent of him to say this. Chapter 624. If he said anything more, he would offend Su Chen. Chen Feng was still very clear about which was more important between the two of them. Could it be that this young man has a powerful background? Ninguess. Someone who could befriend Chen Feng was obviously not an ordinary person. There was no doubt about that. However, the Black Beast was too important to them. It wasn't easy for them to find the whereabouts of the Black Beast. How could they be willing to give up just like that? After pondering for a moment, Ning looked at Su Chen. His attitude was much gentler than before. "Brother Su, we are from Forgotten Autumn Mountain's Beast Camp. That Black Beast is very important to us. I hope you can part with it and sell it to us." Without knowing Su Chen's background, he revealed his identity and wanted to use the name of Beast Camp to intimidate Su Chen and make Su Chen compromise. However, his attention was obviously on the wrong track. Forget Beast Camp. Su Chen didn't even care about the entire Forgotten Autumn Mountain, let alone Beast Camp. "Don't try to get close to me." "Am I close to you?" Su Chen rebuked and said coldly, "I won't sell it. If you scram now, I can pretend that nothing happened." Upon hearing this, Ning and Ling Tianxiao were both stupefied. Their faces turned pale as well. Wasn't that a little too arrogant? He didn't care about the people of Beast Camp at all. Even if you have a powerful background, you don't want to sell the Black Beast. Can't you talk nicely? Why did you have to rebuke them? Humiliate them? How could they tolerate that? Ning and Ling Tianxiao were both enraged, and their gazes turned extraordinarily cold. Beside him, Chen Feng shook his head and sighed secretly. He knew Su Chen's personality. Su Chen was someone who would never let himself be taken advantage of. Ning and Ling Tianxiao's words had clearly angered Su Chen. However, Su Chen retaliated with words and didn't immediately kill them. He was very restrained. It could be said that he gave Ning and Ling Tianxiao a way out. It was up to them if they could grasp it. Brat, I don't care where you're from. If you don't hand over the blackmail beast today, don't even think about leaving here alive. He then turned to Chen Feng and said, Senior apprentice brother Chen, this is a matter between us and this kid. I hope that you and junior apprentice sister Xia won't interfere. Sigh. Why are you doing this? Chen Feng laughed bitterly. Once Su Chen made a move, who could stop him? If he forcefully interfered at this time, wouldn't he be courting death? Su rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. I gave you a chance, but you insisted on seeking death. You can't blame anyone else. With that, he released his spiritual energy and swept it towards Ji Ning and Ling Tianxiao. Spirit Reader. Sensing a huge force coming towards them, Ning and Ling Tianxiao's expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they opened their spirit beast pouches and each summoned a level 6 spirit pet. At this moment, they clearly realized that Su Chen was most likely a level 7 telekinesis master. Facing such a powerful attack, they didn't dare to hold back at all. Originally, they thought that the two of them and the 2 level 6 spirit pets could compete with Su Chen. Unexpectedly, they realized how naive they were when the mental energy came crashing down on them. The spiritual energy that Su Chen released had completely surpassed level 7. It wasn't something that they could resist. Bang, bang. Following 2 explosive sounds. The 2 level 6 spirit pets had just appeared and their skulls were crushed. As for Ning and Ling Tianxiao, most of their bones were broken. At this moment, they were pressed onto the ground and screaming in pain. Chapter 625. Su Chen walked forward casually. First, he collected the fragments from the 2 corpses. Then, he dug out 2 level 6 energy stones. Finally, he looked at Ji Ning and Ling Tianxiao. Senior, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. Ignoring the pain in his body, Ning loudly begged Su Chen for mercy. It was only at this moment that he realized what kind of existence he was facing. The fear in his heart reached its peak. Su Chen's expression was indifferent as he asked in a low voice, Do you have any other beasts in your beast lodge? Considering that the beast in his hand might not have a soul pearl, and that a soul pearl might not be able to help the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito awaken its magical power, he decided to give it a try. If the Seng beast camp still had blackmail beasts, he could think of a way to get them. Senior, our beast lodge doesn't have a single crap beast, Ning replied, utterly terrified. No. Su Chen was a little unhappy. He narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, How did you find out about the whereabouts of the beast? The crap beast should have escaped from the Spirit Snake Valley, and the Spirit Snake Valley would definitely not spread the news of the crap beast's disappearance. Then how did these 2 people find out? Elder Shin Ruahong arranged for us to do this. He gave us a pearl that can sense the location of crap beasts and told us to capture them, Ning hurriedly replied. Su Chen controlled his spiritual energy to take the bead into his hand. He glanced at it casually and put it into his storage bag. Then he asked, How do I use this bead? It's an automatic sensor. As long as there are crab beasts within a certain range, it will begin to glow with red light. The closer it is to the crab beasts, the brighter the color will be, Ning said honestly. Su Chen nodded. Without any warning at all, he struck out, blasting Ning and Ning into smithereens. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi, who were at the side, clicked their tongues but didn't say anything. The 2 of them had only themselves to blame for ending up like this. Of all people to mess with? But to provoke Su Chen, it was simply courting death. Behind them, Su Chen put away the oars on the roof of the car and returned to the intelligent war chariot, with Chen Feng. Chao Ran, let's begin. Su Chen immediately ordered. He didn't know if there was a soul orb in this beast's body, so he had to confirm it. Chao Ran did not waste any time. He held the nether dagger and began to cut open the beast's stomach. Soon, a long gash was cut open on the beast's belly, and blood flowed out. Chao Ran didn't mind it. He rummaged through it and found a black pearl the size of a peanut. Jianghu, is this the thing? Chao Ran handed the bead to Su Chen. Su Chen had never seen a soul orb before. He sent it into the pet breeding space and connected it to Flaming Phoenix. Flaming Phoenix, is this a soul orb? Master, this is a soul orb. Flaming Phoenix replied affirmatively, then said, the quality of this soul orb isn't very good. The big mosquito's talent is too weak. He won't be able to awaken any divine abilities if he swallows it. It's better to keep it and let him eat it when we have to. That way, he'll have a better chance. When the super ancient devourer mosquito heard Flaming Phoenix say that it was useless, it instantly felt a little indignant. However, even though it was one level higher than Flaming Phoenix, it didn't dare to argue with Flaming Phoenix. Because if he was not careful, he would be beaten up. Where can I get the other one? Su Chen frowned. It would be easy if they knew the whereabouts of the other beasts, but the problem was that there were too few of them. It would be good if they could find one. Where could they find the other one? Chapter 626. The Flaming Phoenix reminded him, Master, black male beasts usually come in pairs. If you catch one, there will definitely be another one. Su Chen's eyes lit up and his thoughts started to move. In his mind, if there was really another black male beast, it would either be in the Spirit Snake Valley or in Shenhua Hong's hands. Even if it was not in their hands, they should have some information about it. Thinking of this, he asked Chen Feng, Senior Chen, how is Shenhua Hong's cultivation? If he wanted to find the black male beast, he would definitely have to come into contact with Shenhua Hong. Who knows, they might even fight. Naturally, he had to know the other party's background. Shenhua Hong is a level 8 evolver, and he also has a level 8 mutated beast. His strength is very strong, and he is one of the top experts in the Forgotten Worries Mountain. And there are rumors that there was once a level 9 cultivator who fought with him to the death, but the one who survived was Shenhua Hong. Chen Feng said with a serious expression. The reason why he said it so clearly was to remind Su Chen that it was best not to provoke Shenhua Hong easily. This guy is quite strong. Su Chen muttered. There were many experts in the Forgotten Autumn Mountain, and there were many level 9 and level 10 experts. Shenhua Hong was only level 8, but he was ranked among them. This was enough to prove his strength. Moreover, he was able to kill enemies of a higher level. This was even more difficult. However, Su Chen did not care too much. So what if he killed enemies of a higher level? He was the master of killing enemies of 2 levels higher. As long as he found out that Shenhua Hong had a black male beast, he would not let it go. After figuring out Shenhua Hong's background, Su Chen turned to the intelligent war chariot and ordered, Satoshi, search for the location of the Spirit Snake Valley. Since he wanted to find another black male beast, he had to make a trip to the Spirit Snake Valley. The image on the central control screen changed, and the specific location of the Spirit Snake Valley quickly appeared. Su Chen took a look and realized that the Spirit Snake Valley was only a few hundred kilometers away from Yanji City. He said, Satoshi, head to the Spirit Snake Valley. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the Spirit Snake Valley and drove over. On the way, Su Chen asked Chen Feng, Senior Marshal Brother Chen, are there many alien tribes on Chongsu Island? Given his style of doing things, he naturally wouldn't let a foreign race off the hook. If he had the time, he could take the opportunity to harvest a batch. There are no alien forces on Chongsu Island, but there are quite a number of them. Most of them came from other islands, Chen Feng replied. Why did they come to Chongsu Island? Su Chen was puzzled. Chen Feng explained, there are 2 main purposes. One is to enter the mysterious heavenly mainland through the teleportation formation here. The other is to participate in the auction in Yanji City. Can the mutated tribesmen enter the mysterious heavenly mainland? Su Chen was puzzled. If the alien tribes could enter the mysterious heavenly mainland through the teleportation formation, then the miasma outside the mysterious heavenly mainland would be useless. However, it was impossible for the almighty humans who created the miasma not to know about this. So, why did they do this? Brother Su, although the teleportation formation allows the alien tribes to use it, there's a restriction. Aliens above level 8 can't use it, Chen Feng explained with a smile. I see. Su Chen was enlightened. At this moment, he finally understood the purpose of the teleportation formation. If the mysterious heavenly mainland was completely sealed off, it would be equivalent to isolating the country. It would be detrimental to the development of the mysterious heavenly mainland. If the alien tribes below level 8 were to enter, they could exchange information. There was no need to worry about the alien tribes causing trouble in the mysterious heavenly mainland. After all, their cultivation levels were high, and the powerhouses of the mysterious heavenly mainland could deal with them. Chapter 627. After understanding the situation, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and began to count the fragments. There were not many fragments collected this time, less than 100 in total. Su Chen checked them one by one and found that most of them had been exchanged for energy points. However, when he saw the last fragment, his expression suddenly changed. The last fragment was called the City of Faith, and it was the first item to appear. Moreover, the number of fragments needed to be collected was 10,000, which was of the same level as the ancient God-Fiend body. Items that cost 10,000 energy points were undoubtedly the best of the best. So far, Su Chen had exchanged a few items that cost 10,000 energy points, and all of them had proven their value. However, without exchanging it, he did not know what the City of Faith was used for. In addition, there were the 5 elements Thunder Purgatory Formation, Illusionary Blaze Feather Divine Dragon, and Drunken Life. Even if he wanted to exchange them, he would have to wait for a while. After sorting out the fragments, Su Chen did not think much and closed his eyes to rest. The rest of the journey was peaceful. On the morning of the 4th day, the intelligent war chariot appeared in front of the Spirit Snake Valley. After Su Chen got off the chariot, he entered the Spirit Snake Valley alone. As the people in the Spirit Snake Valley were controlled by the Crimson Bug, he killed them all mercilessly. However, he did not find any trace of the Spirit Snake Valley Master, nor did he find the Crimson Beast. After interrogating, Su Chen found out that the Spirit Snake Valley Master had gone to Jianghu City to participate in the auction. After returning to the chariot, Su Chen immediately ordered the intelligent war chariot to go to Jianghu City. Once the auction in Jianghu City ended, he might not be able to find the Spirit Snake Valley Master. He had to rush over before the auction started. The distance between the Spirit Snake Valley and Jianghu City was less than 300 kilometers. With the speed of the level 7 intelligent war chariot, he arrived in less than an hour. After paying the energy stones and entering the city, Su Chen wanted to find out when the teleportation portal would open. After confirming that it would open in 3 days, he rushed to the location of the auction. The auction would be held today, and there was less than an hour before it would open. Fortunately, they weren't far from the auction site, so they arrived in half an hour. If one wanted to enter the auction, they had to buy an admission ticket. Moreover, the ticket price was much higher than the auction in Sky Connect City. Ordinary tickets cost 50 ordinary energy stones each. The VIP room tickets were even more ridiculously expensive, and they required 1,000 ordinary energy stones. As a tycoon, Su Chen didn't care about this bit of energy stones at all, and he bought a VIP room ticket with a wave of his hand. After entering the auction house, Su Chen discovered that the space inside was very large. It was like a small stadium and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, the auction house was already packed to the brim. Under the guidance of a waiter, Su Chen and the others quickly arrived at the 2nd floor and entered room 10. There was plenty of space in the private room, and it was not a problem to accommodate 30 to 50 people. Since there was still some time before the auction, everyone found a place to sit down and chat. Senior Brother Chen, there are so many people attending the auction. Won't it cause a riot? Su Chen glanced downstairs and asked calmly. With tens of thousands of people gathered together, and many of them were from different races. If there was a little friction, it could easily cause a riot and a massacre. Brother Su, you worry too much. The auction in Jianghu City is jointly organized by many forces. With so many strong people behind them, no one would dare to cause trouble here. Chen Feng explained with a smile. Su Chen nodded slightly and opened his storage bag. Originally, he wanted to let the intelligent war chariot check the strength of the strong people around. He didn't expect that the moment he opened it, he would see the sensor pearl that he snatched from Jining emit a rich color. Chapter 628. The sensing bead had reacted strongly, which meant that there was a blackmail beast nearby. It was likely to be in the auction. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the hall on the first floor again. It was almost impossible to find out who had the blackmail beast among the thousands of people. Once the auction was over, it would be extremely difficult to find the blackmail beast. Su Chen pondered for a while and asked Chen Feng, "Senior brother Chen, how do I put something up for auction?" Hearing this, Chen Feng was slightly stunned. Su Chen wanted to put something up for auction? This was a bit strange. In his impression, Su Chen was a nouveau riche who spent money like water. How could he lack energy stones? "Brother Su, do you really want to sell something?" Chen Feng asked tentatively. Su Chen nodded and took out a soul bead from his storage pouch. "I'm selling this." "You want to sell it?" Chen Feng opened his mouth wide, his face filled with disbelief. The others looked at Su Chen. They did not understand why Su Chen would do this. It took a lot of effort to get the soul bead, which was more valuable than the blood gems. How could he sell such a good thing? This was not Su Chen's style. Su Chen did not explain further. He smiled and said, "You'll know the reason soon." He was not willing to sell a treasure like the soul bead. He did this to attract the attention of the person who had the blackmail beast. Not many people knew about the soul bead. Once it appeared at the auction, those who could bid at a high price would be suspicious. In this way, they could follow the clues to find the blackmail beast. Of course, with Su Chen's wealth, even if the soul bead was put up for auction, he would still be the final winner. At most, he would have to pay a small amount of royalties. Seeing that Su Chen was not joking, Chen Feng said seriously, "Brother Su, it's easy to put something up for auction. You just need to find a waiter and give it to him. After the auction's appraisal, it will be put up for auction." Speaking of this, he reminded, "However, no matter what the price is, the auction house will take a 5% commission." Su Chen nodded slightly and pressed a button in front of him to call the waiter in. Then, he handed the soul orb to the attendant and ordered him to hand it over to the auctioneer for appraisal. After the attendant left with the soul beads, Chao Ran said worriedly, "Chen Gu, will the auction house be greedy for your items?" "It wouldn't dare." Su Chen said calmly. If the auction house really dared to covet the soul orbs, he would turn this place upside down and even raze it to the ground. The value of the items obtained in the end would definitely far exceed the value of the soul beads. Chen Feng smiled and explained, "Don't worry, the Yanji City auction house has been around for many years. Its reputation has always been very good. It will definitely not ruin its reputation for a treasure." "Oh." Chao Ran nodded and didn't say anything more. The auction has begun. At this moment, Wu Yang suddenly reminded. Everyone turned to look at the hall on the first floor. They saw a voluptuous, enchanting and charming woman slowly walking into the hall on the first floor. Although she didn't look young anymore, her every move and smile was filled with endless charm. With the appearance of this beautiful hostess, the entire hall suddenly quietened down. The auction has officially begun. The first item to be auctioned is a long sword. When the beautiful hostess said this, a maid walked up with a wooden tray in her hands. On the wooden tray was a long sword that was emitting a cold light. Chapter 629. After showing the long sword to the crowd, the hostess continued, "This long sword looks ordinary, but it is not. It was made by Shisha Valley's master Wu Yazi." Boom! The entire auction house was in an uproar. Wu Yazi was known as the top craftsman in the mysterious heavenly continent. The weapons made by him would definitely be of high quality. Many people's eyes lit up, and they were eager to give it a try. Su Chen, who was not interested in the longsword, could not help but take a second look at it. Anything forged by Grandmaster Wu Yazi is definitely not an ordinary item. This longsword will definitely fetch a very high price. Chen Feng exclaimed from the side. "Senior brother Chen, if you like it, you can bid for it. If you don't have enough energy stones, I can lend you some." Su Chen reminded Chen Feng when he saw that he was fascinated by the longsword. Chen Feng was a good swordsman, so he was tempted at this moment. However, when he thought of the blood gems in his hands that could upgrade his longsword to a higher quality, he was no longer tempted. Brother Su, thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan to bid for this longsword, Chen Feng replied. Su Chen nodded and did not say anything else. At this moment, the hostess spoke again. Weapons made by Master Wu Yazi are all of high quality. Everyone knows this. Therefore, the starting price of this longsword is 2,000 ordinary energy stones. Each bid increment must be no less than 100 energy stones. The starting price of 2,000 energy stones was definitely not low, but it still could not stop the crowd's enthusiasm. The hostess squinted her eyes and saw that it was about time. She raised her voice and said, "The auction officially begins. Guest number 1053 bids 2,100 energy stones. Guest number 67 bids 2,500 energy stones. Box number 3 bids 3,000 energy stones." Once the auction began, the price kept rising. In the end, box number 3 won the bid at the sky-high price of 10,000 energy stones. After the first item was auctioned, the second item followed closely behind. This is a clear wind fruit. After consumption, there is a certain probability of increasing the magic power of a wind-type spiritual master. The starting price is 200 energy stones. Each bid increment must be no less than 50 energy stones. The beautiful hostess introduced a gray fruit the size of an egg. When Su Chen heard that it could increase the power of his wind magic, he immediately contacted the longevity fruit tree. "Xiao Shou, have you heard of the clear wind fruit?" The clear wind fruit can barely be considered a spiritual plant. It contains very little wind energy. Compared to other spiritual plants, it can only be described as trash, the longevity fruit tree explained. Su Chen originally wanted to bid for it, but after listening to the longevity fruit tree's explanation, he dispelled the idea. The auction for the clear breeze fruit soon began. However, compared to the longsword forged by Wu Yazi, the popularity of the clear wind fruit was not as high. In fact, it could even be said to be deserted. There were only a few people who bid for it. In the end, it was won by number 8210 at the price of 500 energy stones. The third item to be auctioned is a branch. The beautiful hostess held a dried branch that was half a meter long and walked around the stage. She explained as she walked, "This branch comes from the Holy Empire. Even though we haven't figured out its exact history until now, we've thoroughly researched its effects. This branch contains abundant vitality. It can be used to refine magic tools, and it can also be kept on the body to heal injuries. Moreover, its healing effect is extremely effective. So long as the injury isn't too severe, it can be healed in a few breaths of time." There were very few things that possessed vitality. With this branch in hand, it was equivalent to having an extra life. No one wouldn't be tempted. Instantly, the entire auction fell into an uproar. Chapter 630. A Branch from the Tree of Life? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. When he was in Tianwang City, he learned from the skinny old man that the ruler of the Holy Empire, Li Sheng, had many branches from the Tree of Life. The branch in the auction came from the Holy Empire and was full of vitality. All signs pointed to it being a branch from the Tree of Life. "Brother Su, this item is not bad. You can bid for it." Chen Feng was obviously tempted, but his financial resources were limited. He knew that even if he bid, he would not be able to get it. He did not want the branch to fall into the hands of others, so he encouraged Su Chen to bid. "I'll give it a try." Su Chen nodded slightly. The branch from the Tree of Life was not very useful to him, but it was a holy item after all. If the price was right, he could consider it. "What's the starting price?" "Let's start." Many people could not wait any longer and urged one after another. The beautiful hostess did not let the crowd wait for long before she announced the starting price. 2,000 energy stones. It was the same starting price as the longsword that Wu Yazi had forged. The auction began. Everyone bid wildly, and the price soared. During this period, Su Chen also bid twice. However, as the price broke through 10,000 energy stones, he gave up. He had a lot of energy stones, but there was no need to waste them on something that was not very useful. After the price broke through 10,000 energy stones, there were not many people who could continue bidding. When the price broke through 15,000, only the number 7 and 9 rooms were left for the auction. The people in these two private rooms seemed to be going all out and did not give in. As soon as room 7 placed his bid, room 9 immediately raised his bid. Then, room 7 followed suit and continued to raise his bid. It seemed that they were determined to get the branch from the Tree of Life. When the price broke through the 20,000 mark, these two private rooms still did not give in. The price of 20,000 energy stones had far exceeded the price of the branch from the Tree of Life. Su Chen felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. At the same time, he realized that he was not the only nouveau riche in this world. There were also many people who threw away large sums of money. As the price continued to soar, the branch of the Tree of Life was finally bought by room 9 for 35,000 energy stones. After learning about this price, Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. He secretly said, "He's really rich." After the Tree of Life branch was auctioned off, the fourth item arrived. What appeared in front of everyone was a silver longbow made of a special wooden material. There was only a bow and no arrows. The beautiful hostess explained that the silver longbow came from the elves and was a grade 4 weapon. It could only be used by a spirit reader and an evolver. In the process of using it, one's mental strength would be condensed into an arrow. Pulling the longbow and shooting out a mental strength arrow could cause a fatal blow to a level 5 cultivator. From the beautiful hostess's explanation, it wasn't hard to deduce that the silver longbow was a pretty good weapon. Disregarding everything else, just the fact that he was able to kill an enemy above his level was enough to attract a lot of attention. Unfortunately, the conditions were too harsh. Just the requirement of having 2 professions was enough to make most people flinch. Su Chen also lacked interest. With his strength, it was simply not enough to catch his eye. However, thinking that Tan Lin and Yang Qian also had 2 professions, if they were equipped with this longbow, their strength would definitely increase. Thinking of this, he asked Tan Lin and Yang Qian, "Which one of you likes this longbow?" "Su Chen, I don't like using this kind of weapon." Tan Lin shook her head. Su Chen turned his gaze to Yang Qian, waiting for her answer. Chapter 631. Yang Qian seemed to be moved. She hesitated for a moment before replying, "I have an inexplicable feeling about this longbow, but I can't pinpoint the exact reason." "All right, I'll definitely get this longbow for you," Su Chen promised solemnly. After the beautiful hostess introduced the silver longbow, she announced the start of the auction. The starting price was 1,000 energy stones, and each increment must not be less than 100. As soon as the auction started, Su Chen directly bid 2,000. He had attended an auction once before and had some experience. By raising the price so high, the first reason was to show his wealth, and the second was to show that he was determined to obtain the silver longbow. To a large extent, it made some people who were interested in the silver longbow flinch. However, there were also people who did not give up. Box 7, who had competed with Box 9 for the Tree of Life's branch, directly bid 5,000 energy stones, showing his rich and overbearing side. "Trying to snatch something from me?" Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a touch of disdain. He then kept pressing the button to raise the price to 10,000 energy stones. F***CK, what's the background of Box 10? A Lao Zibao bid 10,000 energy stones. He has so many energy stones that he has nowhere to spend them, right? He's rich and can do whatever he wants. What can you do about it? Su Chen's bid of 10,000 not only made Box 7 admit defeat, but it also caused a fierce discussion in the hall on the first floor. After that, no one continued to bid. The beautiful hostess also took the opportunity to announce the success of Box 10's bid. Soon, a waiter sent the silver longbow to Box 10. Su Chen paid the energy stones and put the silver longbow into his storage bag. He did not hand it over to Yang Qian immediately. Although Yang Qian was a dual-profession cultivator, her spirit reader cultivation was too weak. She was still stuck at level 1. Even if she held the silver longbow, it would not be of any use. Su Chen wanted to raise Yang Qian's spirit reader level first before giving it to her. Later on, the auction continued. The fifth auction item was a spiritual plant seed. Su Chen was not interested in seed-type things because he had too many seeds in his storage bag. However, after hearing that it was the seed of the spirit accumulation fruit, he changed his mind. The spirit accumulation fruit was similar to the deep blue fruit. After consumption, it had the effect of increasing one's spirit. However, it had no effect on a high-level spirit reader like Su Chen. However, Tan Lin and Yang Qian were only level 1 spirit readers. They could use it completely. Thinking of this reason, Su Chen decided to bid for the seed of the spirit accumulation fruit. The starting price of the spirit accumulation fruit's seed was 500 energy stones. Due to the fact that it was a good item that could increase one's spiritual energy, it attracted a flurry of bidding. However, it was only a seed after all. When the price soared to 4,000 energy stones, there were very few people who were willing to bid. Su Chen bid again, and it was still 10,000 energy stones. This price made all the competitors was despair. Therefore, he successfully bid the seed of the spirit accumulation fruit. Su Chen continued to bid and spent a lot of money. He was in the limelight. At the same time, he attracted a lot of attention and some curses. In this regard, Su Chen did not care. He happily paid the energy stones and put the seed of the spirit accumulation fruit into his storage bag. Later on, the auction continued. The next 4 items were all weapons. Su Chen was not interested and did not bid again. When the weapons were auctioned, some special ores appeared. Su Chen was also interested. Some ores could help the intelligent war chariot to improve its function. Naturally, he would not miss it. Chapter 632. With the help of the intelligent war chariot, Su Chen did not let go of a single ore as long as it was useful. He disregarded all competitors and bought 5 ores in one go, displaying his strong financial resources. Even Qin Feng and Xia Jingyi, who knew Su Chen well, were inexplicably shocked. After the ores were auctioned, a large number of pills appeared. There were many types and quantities, including those that could heal, increase one's magic power, and help with advancement. Pills could be said to be the most popular item in the auction, so it attracted many people to compete for them. Su Chen scoffed at the pills and did not plan to participate. On the contrary, Qin Feng, who had not made a move all this time, also bid this time. He had his eyes on a type of pill that had a certain probability of advancement. It was called the bone-tempering pill. The starting price of the bone-tempering pill was 500 energy stones, but because there were many people competing for it, it quickly soared to 2,000 energy stones. Seeing this price, Qin Feng let out a faint sigh and gave up. Seeing this, Su Chen said with a smile, "Senior brother Qin, if you don't have enough energy stones, I still have some here. You can use them first." Qin Feng gritted his teeth. "Brother Su, can you lend me 2,000? I'll give you 3,000. Thinking that the bone-tempering pill was more popular, Su Chen took out 3,000 energy stones right away. Qin Feng did not decline and quickly joined the ranks of the bidders. In the end, he won the bid at 4,800 energy stones. When he received the bone-tempering pill, Qin Feng was overjoyed and promised Su Chen that he would return the energy stones to Su Chen as soon as he returned to the Sun Moon Star Palace. Su Chen did not care about this at all. He had no intention of taking back the 3,000 energy stones that he had given away. After the auction of the pills, the next item to be auctioned was a broken seal. From the outside, this seal was unremarkable and could even be said to be a little shabby. However, it exuded a kind of vicissitude and heavy aura. Even from afar, Su Chen could feel it. "Senior brother Qin, do you know the origin of this seal?" Su Chen vaguely felt that the origin of this seal was not simple, so he asked Qin Feng. "I'm not sure." Qin Feng shook his head and explained, "This seal is emitting a very strong aura. It should be an item with a great background." Su Chen nodded slightly. When he was considering whether to participate in the auction, planting space and pet-raising space sent a strong signal at the same time. Su Chen immediately opened the planting space to communicate with the longevity fruit tree. Xiao Shou, what's the hurry? The longevity fruit tree hurriedly replied, Master, the big seal in the auction is called the 5 Elements Heavenly Dipper Seal. It originally belonged to the Vajra Willow. Vajra Willow's items? Vajra Willow was a saint stage expert when he was alive. Could it be that he was using a saint artifact? Thinking of this, Su Chen took a deep breath and asked tentatively, Is the 5 Elements Tiangang's seal a divine weapon? The longevity fruit tree replied affirmatively. Then it explained, the 5 Elements Heavenly Dipper Seal should be seriously damaged. Strictly speaking, it is no longer a divine artifact. The value of a divine artifact was self-evident. Even if it was damaged, it was not comparable to ordinary weapons. What's more, it was not impossible to repair it. After Su Chen closed the planting space, he opened the pet-raising space. Xiao Lu, you contacted me for the 5 Elements Heavenly Dipper Seal, right? Yes, Master, Vajra Willow said. Don't worry, I will help you get the 5 Elements Heavenly Dipper Seal. Su Chen promised and closed the pet-raising space. Chapter 633. At this time, the beautiful hostess began to speak. Everyone here must be wondering why a seal of such poor quality would appear in the auction. Speaking of this, she paused slightly, narrowed her eyes, and glanced around. Then, she continued, because it's a divine artifact. Divine artifact. It was actually a divine artifact. In the hall on the first floor, there were suddenly a few exclamations. It was obvious that the person who had shouted had heard of sacred artifacts. However, more people were at a loss. It was the first time they had heard of divine artifacts, so they did not know what they were used for. Brother Su, that seal is a divine artifact. You have to seize the opportunity, Chen Feng said excitedly. He could imagine that the appearance of a divine artifact would definitely be auctioned at an unprecedented price. With his financial resources, he could forget about getting it. However, Su Chen, the nouveau riche, could do it. Su Chen's expression was a little ugly. He did not expect so many people in the auction to know about divine artifacts. In this way, it was impossible to get a bargain. For this, he would have to spend a lot of energy stones. What is a divine artifact? Those who had not heard of divine artifacts asked. The beautiful hostess explained with a smile, as everyone knows, weapons are also divided into grades, from the 1st grade to the 10th grade. However, a divine artifact is a weapon that surpasses the 10th grade. Surpasses the 10th grade? Oh my God. In that case, as long as one had a divine artifact, wouldn't one be invincible? After knowing what a divine artifact was, the entire auction went crazy. Everyone's eyes were filled with a burning light. They could not wait to rush up to the stage and grab the 5 Elements Heavenly Dipper Seal. There's something I have to say in advance. The beautiful hostess motioned for everyone to calm down. When the auction quieted down, she explained, although this seal is a divine artifact, it is seriously damaged. Its power is not as strong as before. What did she mean? Did she mean that it was no longer a divine artifact? If it was no longer a divine artifact, who was she trying to scare? The auction fell into a discussion again. The beautiful hostess did not care. She cleared her throat and continued, although the quality of this seal is not as good as before, it was once a divine artifact after all. Its power is not comparable to ordinary weapons. Hearing that, the auction fell silent. A sacred artifact was a sacred artifact after all. Even if it was severely damaged, it still had a relatively high value. Everyone present knew this, so they were all eyeing the 5 Elements Heavenly Gang seal covetously. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. The auction will officially begin now. The starting bid is 5,000 energy stones, and every increment must be no less than 500. The beautiful hostess didn't beat around the bush and directly announced the start of the auction. The price of 5,000 energy stones wasn't low, but it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the bidders. In the blink of an eye, the price had risen to 10,000 energy stones. Furthermore, this price did not last long before it was broken. Su Chen did not bid. He was waiting for a suitable opportunity to deal a fatal blow. When the bidding price reached 30,000 energy stones, there were only a few people who participated in the bidding. It was mainly the few private rooms on the second floor that participated in the bidding. Room 7 bid 35,000 energy stones. Room 2 38,000 energy stones. Room 3 40,000 energy stones. Seeing the bidding price constantly rising, the beautiful hostess was extremely excited. She would always be the first to announce the latest price. Those fellows upstairs are really rich. They're all from great powers and clans. They're definitely not people we can compare to. The people in the hall on the first floor were extremely shocked when they saw the price rise madly to 40,000 energy stones. They could not help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 634. As soon as the price of 40,000 energy stones was announced, everyone who participated in the competition gave up. Just when everyone thought that the 5 elements Heavenly Dipper seal would be sold at the price of 40,000 energy stones, Su Chen made his move and directly bid 50,000 energy stones. Once he made his move, it would amaze the world. Faced with such a sky-high price, the hall on the first floor was in an uproar. What's the background of room 10? He's too arrogant. What a nouveau riche. Su Chen had already spent tens of thousands of energy stones previously, but he still had the energy to bid for the 5 elements Heavenly Dipper stone. Moreover, he bid 50,000 energy stones at once. His level of arrogance made everyone gasp in amazement. Room 10 bids 50,000 energy stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The beautiful hostess shouted excitedly. 50,000 energy stones had far exceeded her expectations, and she was very satisfied. 60,000 energy stones. Oh my God! Room 3 bid 60,000 energy stones. The hall on the first floor shook again. The beautiful hostess took a deep breath, and her eyes shone brightly. However, this price was only maintained for a few breaths of time before Su Chen raised the price to 70,000 energy stones. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Since the establishment of the Yanji City auction, it had never been sold at such a high price. 70,000 energy stones had completely broken the record of the Yanji City auction, creating a new history. This price not only shocked the people at the auction, but even Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were speechless. Seeing that there were no new bids for a long time, Su Chen pursed his lips and said to himself, "Comparing wealth with me, you're all younger brothers. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" The beautiful hostess shouted 3 times in a trembling voice. Seeing that no one else wanted to bid, she raised her voice and said, "Congratulations to room 10 for obtaining the sacred artifact seal." Soon, the waiter handed the 5 elements Heavenly Dipper seal to Su Chen. After paying the energy stones, Su Chen looked at the 5 elements Heavenly Dipper seal carefully for a while. Then, he opened the pet breeding space and sent it to King Kong Lu. "Little Lu, is this your seal?" Su Chen asked. "Master, that's it." Diamond Willow was inexplicably excited. Although she had become a zombie and had lost many memories of her previous life, Jin Gang Lu still cared a lot about the past. "The 5 elements Heavenly Gang seal is seriously damaged, but don't worry, I will find a way to help you repair it," Su Chen promised. Diamond Willow was already very strong. If he had a sacred artifact in hand, he might be able to compete with him. "Thank you, Master." Jin Lu was overjoyed. Su Chen nodded and did not say anything more. He then closed the pet-raising space. "Qinggu, your soul orb has appeared." At this moment, Yang Hao reminded him. Su Chen's expression changed as he turned his head to look at the first floor. He saw the beautiful hostess holding the soul orb and introducing, "The last item of this auction is this orb in my hand." After showing the soul orb to everyone, she continued, "The origin and use of this orb are not clear for the time being, but it contains a very wonderful energy. It is definitely a rare treasure." After the beautiful hostess finished her introduction, she officially announced the start of the auction and set the price of the soul orb at 1,000 energy stones. As the effect of the soul orb was unknown, and the starting price was not low, no one bid at the beginning. If no one bid, the soul orb would not be sold, which would undoubtedly disrupt Su Chen's plan. So he was the first to bid. Chapter 635. Room 10 bids 1,000 energy stones. The beautiful MC raised her voice. Once an item failed to be sold in an auction, it would have a huge impact on both the auction and the auctioneer. He was slightly relieved that Su Chen was able to bid at this time. What was going on? Chen Gu was bidding for his own item? Yang Hao and the rest were confused. They had no idea what Su Chen was trying to do. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi looked at each other. They were also confused. Xin Mingfei's eyes flickered. She guessed that Su Chen was trying to attract attention. This was because once someone recognized the soul orb, they would join the auction. Even if they did not participate in the auction, they might attack Su Chen after knowing that Su Chen had won the soul orb. In this way, Su Chen could follow the clues and find the whereabouts of the other scam beast. What a schemer! Shen Mingfei exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Not only was Su Chen powerful, but his mind was also so meticulous. This was really scary. Not long after Su Chen bid 1,000 energy stones, Room 9 immediately raised the price to 10,000 energy stones. The beautiful MC was excited when she saw the price. She shouted loudly, "Room 9 bids 10,000 energy stones. Are there any more bids?" As soon as she finished speaking, Room 3 immediately bid 15,000 energy stones. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Room 9? Room 3? He could imagine that since the other party had participated in the auction, they must know the origin of the soul orb. Perhaps one of the people in the room had a scam beast. At this moment, Su Chen was not in a hurry and did not continue bidding. Room 9 and Room 3 seemed to be determined to get the soul orb. Both parties kept bidding, so much so that the price had soared to 30,000 energy stones. 35,000 energy stones. Room 3 was silent for a while before bidding again. Room 9 Bao Xing did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised the price to 40,000 energy stones. Seeing an unknown bead being auctioned at such a sky-high price, the hall on the first floor could no longer remain calm. While sighing at the wealth of room number 9, he was also guessing what a soul orb was. As soon as the price of 40,000 energy stones was announced, room 3 fell silent. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Su Chen was prepared to call out a price. He would not allow the soul orb to fall into the hands of others. Unexpectedly, before he even had the chance to state his price, someone came out of nowhere and interrupted him. Room 1 that kept a low profile made the first bid. Moreover, it was a bid of 50,000 energy stones, and it raised the price by an entire 10,000 energy stones. Oh my God! 50,000 energy stones! How tyrannical! This price almost caught up with the transaction price of the 5 elements Tiangang seal, causing a commotion in the hall on the first floor. Su Chen frowned slightly. The sudden appearance of Box 1 caught him off guard. But no matter who the other party was, he would not give up the soul orb. 60,000 energy stones. Su Chen quickly announced the price. In the face of this sky-high price, the entire auction fell into a suffocating silence. If someone else had offered this price, it would have been easier for them to accept. The key was that Room 10 had offered the price. Room 10 had already spent more than 100,000 energy stones, but he could still offer a high price of 60,000 energy stones. His wealth was so great that it had reached a terrifying level. After Su Chen announced the price, no one else competed, and he successfully won the soul orb. Seeing that Su Chen had paid the energy stones and obtained the soul orb, Yang Hao and the others were completely dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? He had sold it himself, and he had spent a sky-high price of 60,000 energy stones. In the end, did he not waste 3,000 energy stones for nothing? Even if he was rich, he could not be so willful, right? Chapter 636. Su Chen smiled and did not explain anything. Instead, he reminded them, "You guys stay in the room later. Don't go out for now. I'll go out alone to do something." He was almost certain that those who were eyeing the soul orbs would have some ulterior motives. He had to take the initiative to create an opportunity for them. As a precaution, Su Chen also left the steel willow and the mechanical soldier behind. They were both level 7 cultivators and were much stronger than their peers. Even if they met a level 8 cultivator, they would not have any problems. Brother Su, there are also level 8 mutated tribesmen in Yanji City. You have to be careful, Chen Feng whispered. At this moment, he already knew Su Chen's intention. Su Chen's goal was to lure the snake out of its hole. By doing so, there was a high possibility of luring out the person with the beast of deception. However, there was also a high possibility that he would be surrounded by many strong people. Of course, with Su Chen's strength, there was almost no one who could pose a threat to him. Chen Feng was just reminding him. They are nothing to be afraid of. Su Chen smiled and said, Senior Brother Chen, I'll have to trouble you and Senior Sister Xia to take care of this place. Brother Su, don't worry. Chen Feng promised solemnly. Su Chen nodded slightly. Before he left, he suppressed his cultivation to level 5 and walked out of the room. At this moment in the auction, everyone's attention was focused on room 10. They all wanted to see who the person in room 10 was. When Su Chen walked out alone, there were intense discussions and exclamations all around. Oh my God! Why is he so young? He seems to be a level 5 cultivator, right? Which big power does he belong to? Just as everyone was guessing Su Chen's identity, 2 women, one old and one young, walked out of room 9 and went straight to Su Chen's side. Su Chen looked at them and raised his eyebrows slightly. The 2 women who came here were not humans. They were tall and had an otherworldly temperament. Their biggest feature was a pair of pointed ears. That young woman had a delicate and pretty appearance. Her skin was white, tender, and crystalline, and it seemed as if she was carved out of jade. She gave others a lively feeling. Her beauty was even more outstanding than Tan Lin and Yang Qian. As for the old woman, she had a head of long silver-white hair. Although she wasn't young anymore, she still retained her charm. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said coolly, Is something the matter? The young woman blinked and introduced herself with a smile. Friend, we are from the elf clan. My name is Moon Spirit, and this is Elder Feather of our elf clan. Su Chen nodded slightly and waited for Moon Spirit to continue. Our objective for coming here is very simple. We are here for soul beads. Although we do not have many energy stones, we can use other items to trade for them, Moon Spirit said straightforwardly. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his mind slowly turning. The fact that Moon Spirit knew about soul beads was within his expectations. However, when he checked the sensor bead in his storage bag, he found that there was no change in its color. This also meant that Moon Spirit and Elder Feather did not have any beasts with them. The soul beads were used to attract the person with the beasts. Of course, they would not be used for trade. Not interested. Su Chen replied coldly and turned to walk out of the auction house. Friend, please think about it, Moon Spirit said anxiously. Although Elder Feather did not say anything, she looked at Su Chen with a gloomy expression. Su Chen was unmoved. Under everyone's gaze, he quickly walked out of the auction house. Chapter 637. Princess, let's go after him. Elder Feather Chi gave Moon Spirit a look. Moon Spirit hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided to chase after Su Chen with Elder Feather Chi. Not long after Moon Spirit and Elder Feather Chi left, 2 female elves also appeared in box 3. One of them looked like Moon Spirit, but the only difference was that she had a ruthless look in her eyes, which was a sharp contrast to Moon Spirit's cleverness. Princess Yuqing, should we follow them? An old elf woman with a face as pale as a withered tree asked in a low voice. Elder Feather Dragon, I have a feeling that the human is not simple, he should be more than level 5. Yuqing said. Elder Feather Dragon said disdainfully, so what if he is hiding his strength? He should be less than 20 years old, at most level 6, we don't have to worry about him. Yuqing nodded slightly and said coldly, Elder Feather Dragon is right, we must stop Moon Spirit from getting the soul orb, if that kid doesn't know what's good for him, we will kill him. Yuqing and Elder Feather Dragon reached an agreement and left the auction. At this time, 2 middle-aged men walked out of box 1, they whispered a few words and left the auction quickly. After Su Chen walked out of the auction, he felt a few pairs of eyes staring at him. He knew what they wanted. They must have seen that his cultivation was not high, so they wanted to rob him. A bunch of idiots. Su Chen sneered in his heart and sped up, heading straight out of the city. There were too many people in the city. It would be inconvenient to take action. It would be better to find a deserted place outside the city and kill them all. After an hour, Su Chen appeared in a small forest more than 20 miles away from Yanji City. Satoshi, check how many people are coming? Su Chen immediately opened his storage bag and asked the intelligent chariot. Master, there are a total of 10 groups of people coming here, and their cultivation is not low. There are a few level 8 cultivators. The intelligent chariot quickly replied. So many? Su Chen frowned slightly. He wasn't worried about the other party's strength. No matter how many of them came, he was confident that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. He was worried that he would alert the enemy. This was because among the 10 waves of people, there would definitely be someone with a beast. Once he revealed his strength, it would be troublesome to scare him away. Just as Su Chen was pondering what to do, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, Master, there's a wave of people coming. Su Chen turned around and swept his gaze behind him, only to see 4 men with a pair of white wings descending from the sky, very tacitly surrounding him. Winged race. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. When he was in Thousand Feather Island's Yulin district, he had killed many members of the Flying Feather race and had a deep impression of them, so he recognized them at a glance. Kid, since you know that we're from the Flying Feather tribe, hand over the item if you know what's good for you, and we'll leave your corpse intact. One of the members of the Flying Feather race glanced coldly at Su Chen and laughed sinisterly. Su Chen checked the sensor bead in his storage bag and found that it didn't have any changes, so he knew that these 4 people of the Flying Feather race did not have a beast. Since they didn't have a beast, he naturally wouldn't let them go. Su Chen smirked and instantly released his mind power, sweeping toward the 4 people of the Flying Feather race. Chapter 638. What a powerful spiritual energy. Senior, please spare our lives. The strongest of the 4 Flying Feather tribe members was only at level 6. Facing Su Chen's spiritual energy, which was comparable to level 8, they could not resist at all. At this moment, all of them were terrified and kept begging Su Chen for mercy. Su Chen remained unmoved. He manipulated his mental power and stirred the 4 Flying Feather clansmen. They exploded into a pile of broken limbs and scattered on the ground. At the same time, a piece of shiny shard appeared. Su Chen had just collected the shard when he saw a flash in the forest. 2 more people appeared in front of him. They were Moon Spirit and Elder Qiuyu, who wanted to trade with him for the soul orb at the auction. Do you 2 want to die? Su Chen's face turned cold when he saw who they were. Friend, we have no ill intentions. We are really here to trade with you. Seeing that Su Chen's expression was a little bad, Moon's Spirit hurriedly explained. Scram. Su Chen said coldly without hesitation. If it were not for the fact that the person with the beast of extortion was nearby and he was worried that he would scare the person away, he would not have given Moon Spirit a chance to speak. Moon Spirit trembled slightly as her beautiful face turned deathly pale. Elder Yuqi was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. He glanced at the broken limbs around him and said in a deep voice, Human, I know you're hiding your strength, but there's always someone stronger. Don't be too arrogant. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Elder Qiuyu. Gulp. Elder Qiuyu felt a cold, murderous intent as soon as she made eye contact with Su Chen. Even with her level 7 cultivation, she felt her heart palpitate. She could not help but swallow her saliva. Moon Spirit saw that the situation was not good. She said hurriedly, the soul orb is used to help blood-type beasts awaken their special abilities. However, it cannot guarantee a successful awakening. I have something that can guarantee a successful awakening. I can trade with you. Su Chen, who was about to make a move, was stunned for a moment. He looked at Moon Spirit again and said in a low voice, Is what you said true? If you dare to lie, don't blame me for being impolite. Just as Moon Spirit had said, the The soul beads could not help the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito awaken its magical powers 100%, even if there were 2 soul beads. If Moon Spirit really had something that could guarantee an awakening, he could indeed consider an exchange. I have a blood spirit stone. Its value is completely above that of your soul bead. I can exchange it with you, Moon Spirit quickly said. She didn't even consider whether Su Chen had heard of the blood spirit stone or not. Blood spirit stone? Su Chen muttered to himself and quietly opened the pet feeding space. He communicated with the flaming phoenix telepathically. Little Flame, do you know about blood spirit stones? Master, the blood spirit stone is one of the most precious blood-type spirit stones in the world, the flaming phoenix said excitedly. Su Chen's expression changed and he said, can the blood spirit stone help little gold awaken its magical powers? Even if it's a piece of trash, it's fine. If the big mosquito really can't awaken its magical powers, it's useless to keep it. Master, you might as well kill it, the flaming phoenix said solemnly. The super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito was angry, but it didn't dare to say anything. After receiving the flaming phoenix's confirmation, Su Chen closed the pet feeding space and said to Moon Spirit, I agree to the exchange, but before that, I have a condition. Chapter 639. What condition? Moon Spirit suppressed her excitement. There are too many scammers in this world. Su Chen pursed his lips and said calmly, so we have to verify the authenticity of the blood spirit stone first. Princess, be careful of being fooled. Elder Seventh Feather whispered in Moon Spirit's ear. Moon Spirit hesitated for a moment. Finally, she gritted her teeth, took out a thumb-sized blood-colored stone, and gave it to Su Chen. It should be. Su Chen nodded slightly as he clearly felt the extremely thick blood qi and energy fluctuations contained in the stone. He then sent it into the pet breeding space and instructed the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito to swallow it. After waiting for a dozen seconds, the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito shouted excitedly, Master, I've awakened a divine ability called Devouring Heaven and Bloodthirsty. Then it laughed wildly. I'd like to see who dares to bully me in the future, Big Turtle and Big Bird. Bang bang bang, after a series of muffled sounds, the heavenly overlord Tortoise and Lai Ran Phoenix joined forces and pinned the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito to the ground. Devouring Heaven and Bloodthirsty? It sounds awesome. Su Chen muttered to himself. He ignored the 3 spiritual pets and closed the pet breeding space. Then he looked at Moon Spirit. Your blood spirit stone is real. The soul orb is yours. Just as Su Chen was about to hand over the soul bead to Moon Spirit, a cold rebuke sounded in his ears. Human, if you dare to give the soul orb to her, you'll be a dead man in the next moment. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. He had not seen anyone who dared to be so arrogant in front of him for a long time. He wanted to see who dared to be so arrogant. Soon, the figures of 2 women appeared in his sight. To Su Chen's surprise, the 2 of them were also from the elf clan. Moreover, the young woman looked 90% similar to Moon Spirit as if they were twin sisters. With the appearance of these 2 elves, Moon Spirit and Elder Feather's expressions became very unsightly. Yuqing, are you really going to kill them all? Yu Ling glared at Yuqing. She was so angry that her body was trembling. Yuqing chuckled and replied coldly, you should know the rules of the elf tribe very well. We can only have one king. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Mother for being too biased. You forced me to do this. Moon Spirit clenched her fists in anger. But I've already announced that I'm withdrawing from the fight for the throne. Why won't you let me go? You even want to work with outsiders to poison Imperial Mother? If you don't die, how can I be at ease? Yuqing snorted coldly. Yu Ling was so angry that her mouth trembled. All of a sudden, a golden longbow appeared in his hand. It was flowing with colorful lights and contained an extremely strong energy fluctuation. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Princess, you have to calm down. Elder Yuqi stood in front of Moon Spirit and kept signaling with his eyes. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do that? Yuqing snorted and smiled contemptuously. Since young, in terms of scheming and cultivation, which one of you can compare to me? Only under my leadership can the elven race regain its glory. Hearing this, Moon Spirit fell silent. Su Chen shook his head secretly. The struggle for the throne had always been one of mutual deception and viciousness. In terms of ability, Yuqing was indeed more suitable than Moon Spirit to be the queen of the elf tribe. This was someone else's family matter. Originally, he did not want to get involved. However, Elder Yulong had threatened him before. With his style of doing things, naturally, he would not take it lying down. Chapter 640. Both of you, I want to make another deal with you. Su Chen looked at Moon Spirit and Elder Qian and said calmly. What deal? Moon Spirit was a little confused and asked subconsciously. It's simple. I'll help you kill these two and you'll give me the longbow in your hand. Su Chen pointed at Yuqing and Elder Qian and said calmly. The longbow in Moon Spirit's hand was much better than the silver longbow she got at the auction. If she gave it to Yang Qian, her strength would definitely increase by a lot. Moreover, she already had a conflict with Yuqing and Elder Qian. If she took the opportunity to kill them, not only would she get rid of a future threat, but she would also get a batch of fragments. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. In the end, this deal was a sure win and no loss. Ah! Moon Spirit was stunned. Until now, she only felt that Su Chen was a little dangerous, but she did not think that Su Chen was hiding his cultivation. Su Chen was only at level 5, but he threatened to kill Yuqing, who was at level 6, and Elder Yulong, who was at level 7. Wasn't he digging his own grave? Elder Yuqi, who was at the side, was a little excited. Previously, Su Chen only glared at her, and she felt a sense of danger. She thought that Su Chen must be hiding his cultivation, and that he was much stronger than her. If Su Chen made a move, with her help, there was a high chance that they could kill Yuqing and Elder Qian. You want to kill us? Elder Yulong widened her eyes and looked at Su Chen as if she was looking at a fool. When she came back to her senses, her eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Yuqing frowned slightly and said coldly, Human, this is not something you can participate in. If you don't want to die, you'd better behave. Su Chen rubbed his nose. Just as he was about to reply, several groups of people rushed over from all directions. They were all people who had followed them all the way here. Not only were there humans, but there were also people from other races. 3 of them were emitting powerful auras. They were at level 8. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at the 3 of them one by one. The first one was a tall, cold-looking night demon. The second one was a stooped old man with a face full of wrinkles. Judging from his aura, he was not a human. As for which race he belonged to, it was impossible to tell at the moment. The third was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe with a dignified aura. When Su Chen's gaze landed on the yellow-robed man, the other party was also sizing up Su Chen with interest. At this moment, Su Chen quietly opened his storage bag and looked at the sensor bead. At this moment, the sensory pearl was emitting a dense light. The reaction was very strong. This meant that there was definitely someone with a black male beast hidden among these people. Although Su Chen wasn't sure who it was, he didn't care at all because he wouldn't let any of these people go. Are you all here for me? Su Chen took the initiative to speak when he saw that everyone was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, but none of them made a move or said anything. Why isn't he afraid at all? Seeing that Su Chen was surrounded by so many strong cultivators, but he was still calm and collected, Yuling muttered in her heart. The yellow-robed man snorted coldly and turned to the others. Everyone, I'm sure you're all here for the things this kid has, right? Seeing that everyone was silent, he continued, to avoid conflict, I suggest that after killing him together, we divide his things equally. I'll say this first, I only want that soul crystal. Chapter 641. As a level 8 cultivator, the yellow-robed man's words carried a certain amount of weight. The group of powerhouses nodded in agreement. The Night Demon Man also spoke at this moment. I only want one thing, and that's the seal. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, don't blame me for falling out with you. Currently, the most valuable thing on Su Chen's body was the 5 elements Heavenly Dipper seal. Most of the people here were here for it. However, since the Night Demon Man had spoken, no one dared to say anything because of his powerful strength. The hunchbacked elder frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he raised his voice and said, I've taken a fancy to this kid's storage bag. As for the things inside, we can share them equally. A cold smile appeared on Yu Qing's face. He turned to look at Su Chen and said mockingly, we don't want anything as long as we can kill this kid. Previously, Su Chen had boasted shamelessly that he would kill them. He wanted to see how Su Chen would escape this time. Princess, let's drive away. Elder Yu Qi sighed faintly and gave Moon Spirit a look. Originally, she was counting on Su Chen to kill Yu Qing and Yu Qing. However, with the appearance of the group of powerhouses, she knew that Su Chen would not be able to survive, let alone kill Yu Qing and Yu Qing. If they did not leave in time, they might be implicated. Elder Yu Qi, after all, he wants to help us. Moon Spirit bit her thin lips and stood stubbornly in place. Just as Elder Yu Qi wanted to persuade them, Su Chen spoke first. The two of you, the deal I mentioned before is still valid. What do you think? Moon Spirit was stunned. She really did not understand why Su Chen still dared to say such things at this time. Elder Yu Qi's thoughts turned slowly. She seemed to have made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and said, I agree on behalf of the princess. As long as you can kill them, the golden longbow will be yours. She also didn't understand why Su Chen was so fearless. She was just trying to make a last resort. If Su Chen could kill Yu Qing and the other two, they would have profited greatly. If they were killed instead, they wouldn't have to hand over their golden longbows, and they wouldn't lose anything. Deal. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he turned to look at Yu Qing and the other two. At the same time, his aura rose steadily, and he returned to level 7 in the blink of an eye. He's a level 7 cultivator. Cries of surprise rang out from all around. He really hit his cultivation. Elder Yu Qi sighed secretly, but there was no trace of joy on his face. In her opinion, even if Su Chen had reached level 7, he still wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. This was because there were 3 level 8 cultivators present. Each of them could easily crush him. So what if you're a level 7 cultivator? Elder Yu Long snorted disdainfully. Although he spoke casually, he was already holding a silver scimitar in front of him in a defensive posture. As Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, he instantly released his mind power, which swept towards Yu Qing and the other person. Spirit Reader! Elder Yu Long was horrified. She could clearly feel an invisible force binding her body. Moreover, this force was far beyond her imagination. Even if she used all her strength, she couldn't break free. What a powerful mind power! Yu Qing's beautiful face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with deep fear. At this moment, she realized that Su Chen was not boasting shamelessly. It turned out that he really had the ability to kill them. You can go to hell now. Su Chen snorted coldly and punched out. Chapter 642. Amidst the shrill whistling sound, 100 golden fist shadows suddenly appeared in the air. Each fist shadow exuded a powerful aura, giving people a strong sense of fear. What a powerful secret fist technique! The surrounding experts were all experienced and knowledgeable. Soon, some of them recognized that Su Chen was using a secret fist technique and exclaimed, "Stop! We are members of the elf tribe's royal family. If you dare to kill us, you will be going against the entire elf tribe." Sensing the arrival of death, Elder Yu Long roared loudly, trying to use her identity to intimidate Su Chen. Su Chen's lips curled into a contemptuous smile as he punched out from afar. He didn't even take the 5 super races seriously, let alone the elf tribe. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the golden fist shadows came crashing down and instantly drowned Yu Qing and Elder Yu Long. Accompanied by an earth-shattering crash, Elder Yu Long was smashed into powder without any resistance. However, to Su Chen's surprise. Yu Qing, who was one level lower than Elder Yulong, was not killed. The reason was that there was something like an energy shield around his body, blocking all the fist shadows that came crashing down. However, after suffering dozens of heavy blows, dense cracks had already appeared on the energy light, and it looked like it was about to shatter. As Su Chen's powerful punch landed, the surroundings became silent. The group of experts looked at Su Chen in unison with a hint of awe in their eyes. So he is so powerful. Moon Spirit looked at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes and murmured in a daze. After a brief moment of shock, Elder Chi Yu suddenly became very excited. She absolutely did not think that Su Chen actually killed Elder Yulong, and it was an instant kill. Everyone, this kid is a little strange. Let's join forces to kill him. The yellow-robed man rolled his eyes and suggested. At first, they didn't take Su Chen seriously. However, as Su Chen displayed his strength, none of them dared to be careless. A person who could kill a level 7 cultivator in an instant was definitely a super expert, worthy of their full strength. I have the same idea. Then let's attack together. The Night Demon Man laughed wildly and was the first to charge at Su Chen. The others also attacked Su Chen without hesitation. Yu Qing didn't join in. Instead, she quietly retreated. However, her eyes were filled with the flames of extreme hatred. She muttered fiercely, "Damn human, let's see how you escape this time." On the other side, Su Chen was surrounded by so many experts. He didn't act and directly used the Atlas polymorph. Crack, crack, crack. With the sound of his bones cracking, his body instantly rose to a height of 30 meters. At the same time, his cultivation had also entered level 8. He knows his own body technique. He has reached level 8. Witnessing this scene, the group of experts besieging Su Chen hesitated. A bunch of trash. He is alone. What are you afraid of? Seeing that his side's momentum was falling, the Night Demon Man roared in desperation. He still clenched his fist and smashed it at Su Chen. Then I'll kill you first. Su Chen snorted coldly. After using the Heavenly Hundredfold Vigor technique, he threw a punch at the Night Demon Man. Boom! With an ear-piercing explosion, the Night Demon Man's arm and half of his body exploded. Although he didn't die immediately, he was more out of breath than in. It seemed that he wouldn't survive. Chapter 643. Hiss. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard from all around. None of the people present had expected that a level 8 evolver, one of the night demons who was known for their strong physical bodies, would be blasted apart by a human of the same level with a single punch. It was too inconceivable. It was unbelievable. At the same time, fear began to spread in everyone's hearts. Who is he? How can he be so strong? Yu Ling and Elder Yu Qi were both surprised and confused. How can this be? Yu Qing's body trembled and her face turned pale. For the first time, she wanted to run away. Su Chen's strength was beyond her imagination. If she continued to stay, she might really be killed. Quite a few people had this idea, especially those with lower cultivations. They had already begun to slowly retreat. Want to run? Su Chen squinted his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. All of a sudden, a pitch-black long blade appeared in his hand. After pouring ice magic power into it, he swept the blade horizontally. In an instant, a white torrent swept forward, and a terrifying chill spread out. It was as if the surroundings had fallen into a glacier. What a terrifying ice elemental spell! Yu Ling and Elder Yu Qi's mouths trembled as they exclaimed. Although Su Chen's ice elemental spell was not targeted at them, they still felt a bone-chilling coldness. They could not help but tremble. The others who were enveloped by the ice elemental spell used all their means to struggle. However, Su Chen's ice elemental spell had merged with 2 ice elemental manifestations, and it was released through the enchanted saber. Its power was unparalleled, and it was beyond level 9. How could they resist it? Wherever the white torrent passed, all the powerhouses were turned into ice sculptures. The injured night demon who fell to the ground froze to death on the spot, and hundreds of shards fell out. Elder Ghost, save me! Seeing the white torrent sweeping over, Yuqing screamed desperately. There was a loud bang. A cloud of black mist suddenly exploded beside Yuqing. After condensing, it turned into an ugly old man. He frowned, and a powerful spiritual energy shot out and wrapped around Yuqing, blocking the attack of the white torrent. Interesting. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Yuqing had many tricks up his sleeves. Being able to dodge 2 fatal attacks in a row was truly unexpected. However, he had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, he planned to use other means to kill Yuqing completely. But at this moment, the ugly old man suddenly spoke. Human, let us go. Otherwise, don't even think about having an easy time. Threatening me? Su Chen sneered and released his spiritual power to crush forward. Level 9 Spiritual Power. The ugly old man's expression turned extremely ugly when he felt an invisible force sweeping over him. However, he did not wait for his death and released his mental power to resist it. The 2 violent mental powers tangled together, and the void was distorted. Faint ripples appeared. Human, you want to kill us? You're too inexperienced. Realizing that Su Chen's mental power could not do anything to him, the ugly old man laughed maniacally. Su Chen showed a sarcastic expression and waved his hand forward. All of a sudden, a small mountain of 5 different colors appeared and smashed down towards the ugly old man and his companion. Chapter 644. Divine Weapon. The ugly old man was shocked. He could not care less about protecting Yuqing as he turned around and ran. Senior. Yuqing let out a desperate cry. Without the protection of the ugly old man, she was crushed by the surging spiritual power. Her entire body was instantly torn into pieces, bursting into pieces that shone with a luster. Before the ugly old man could take more than a few steps, a flaming phoenix suddenly appeared above his head. A sharp cry was heard. A fireball the size of a human face fell from the sky. Feeling the terrifying power of the fireball, the ugly old man was terrified. He desperately released his mind energy to block it. Sizzle. After a short stalemate, the mind energy quickly dissipated. How is this possible? The ugly old man was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. The mind energy he released was comparable to a level 9 mind energy, but it could not block a level 7 fireball. It was unbelievable. At the same time, Su Chen controlled the combined 5 extremes mountain and smashed it on the ugly old man's head. There was a loud bang. The ugly old man did not even have time to scream before he was smashed into pieces. He's too strong. Seeing Su Chen kill a group of powerhouses like a rabbit rising from the ground, Yu Ling and Elder Qi Yu were completely stunned. Su Chen withdrew the combined 5 extremes mountain and looked around. Finally, his gaze fell on the yellow-robed man. Crack. With the sound of ice breaking, the ice on the yellow-robed man's body shattered and fell off his body in the blink of an eye. I underestimated you. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said calmly. The yellow-robed man was only level 8, but he was able to escape from Lin Huang's level 9 frost spell unscathed. His strength was only average. For you. The yellow-robed man gritted his teeth and asked in a muffled voice. In his opinion, Su Chen's strength was much stronger than that of a level 9 powerhouse. Logically speaking, he should have heard of such a powerful human powerhouse. However, the impression that Su Chen gave him was extremely unfamiliar. In other words, it was very likely that Su Chen was not a powerhouse from the mysterious heavenly mainland. Instead, he came from another island. You are not qualified to know my name. Su Chen curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. Hand over the blackmail beast and I'll give you a quick death. So it's for the sake of extorting beasts. The yellow-robed man suddenly realized. At this moment, he finally understood why Su Chen dared to leave Yanji City without concealing himself after obtaining the soul orb. So it was to lure him into a trap. What was laughable was that he had not taken Su Chen seriously at that time. He had thought that with his level 8 cultivation, it would be easy for him to crush Su Chen. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's strength was far beyond his imagination. It was too late for regrets. I can give you the beast, but you have to let me go. After weighing their strengths, the yellow-robed man felt that the possibility of him escaping was very small. So, he began to bargain with Su Chen. You want to bargain with me? Are you worthy? Su Chen sneered. The yellow-robed man's life was in Lin Huang's hands, yet he still dared to bargain with him. Obviously, he had not realized the severity of the situation. The yellow-robed man's face turned pale. He held back his anger and said, I'm indeed not your opponent, but it's not that easy for you to kill me. Also, I have another identity. I'm an elder of the Forgotten Autumn Mountains Black Beast Lodge. My name is Shin Ruohong. If you kill me, you'll be going against the entire Forgotten Autumn Mountain. Chapter 645. You're Shin Ruohong, Su Chen muttered. Previously, he had killed 2 disciples of the beast camp and found out from them that Shin Ruohong was the one who had ordered them to look for the cracker beast. Given this, it was understandable that the other cracker beast was in Shin Ruohong's hands. However, Shin Ruohong was only an elder of the beast camp. How could his life and death affect the entire Forgotten Autumn Mountain? He thought too highly of himself. What do you think? What do you think of my suggestion? Seeing that Su Chen did not reply, Shin Ruohong thought that Su Chen was afraid, so he raised his voice and asked. Nothing much. Su Chen snorted and released his mind power, which swept toward Shin Ruohong. I'll fight you to the death. Shin Ruohong was furious. After roaring, he quickly opened the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Suddenly, an extremely thick smell of blood spread out from it. Hee. Accompanied by a shrill shriek, a ferocious and terrifying head suddenly appeared in front of Shin Ruohong. Devour a beast. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The head that appeared in front of him was none other than the famous devourer beast of the demon clan. When he was at Purple Mountain, he had even killed one. However, the devourer beast at Purple Mountain was only at level 6, and the one in front of him was at level 8. However, Su Chen was no longer the same person he used to be. Moreover, he had the ancient godly demon body, which could completely suppress the devourer beast. It could be said that the appearance of this level 8 devourer beast did not pose any threat to him. Do you think you can be fearless with just one devourer beast? Su Chen smiled contemptuously, then opened the pet rearing space and summoned the super devourer ancient adamantine mosquito. Level 8 insect beast. Shin Ruohong exclaimed. Su Chen had so many tricks up his sleeves that it was shocking. He had already summoned a level 7 flame spiritual pet, and now he had summoned a level 8 insect beast. How were they supposed to fight? Little gold, little flame, you too kill this devourer beast. Su Chen pointed at the devourer beast and gave the order. Originally, with his strength, it would be easy for him to kill the devouring beast. However, at the thought that the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito had just awakened its magical power, he wanted to take the opportunity to see how powerful it was. Master, I don't need the big bird to help me. I can deal with it myself. The super ancient devouring golden mosquito said confidently. Tisk. Flaming Phoenix snorted in disdain. Su Chen froze for a moment, then nodded and said, Then you can go alone. Don't disappoint me. Master, just watch. The super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito flapped its wings and charged toward the devourer beast. You're courting death. The devouring beast flew into a rage. It opened its bloody mouth and shot out several black rays toward the super devouring ancient adamantine mosquito. As a famous bloodline beast of the monster beast clan, it was actually looked down upon by a mosquito. This was intolerable. Therefore, it used its trump card right from the start. It swore to kill the super ancient devouring golden mosquito in one blow. On the other side, the super ancient devouring golden mosquito was not to be outdone. A layer of blood-red light waves appeared on its long suction needle, and then it shot out a blood-red ray. It collided with the black rays in mid-flight and easily destroyed them. It then shot toward the devouring beast's head without slowing down. Then, the super ancient devouring golden mosquito sucked. A strange scene appeared. Countless cracks appeared on the devouring beast's huge head. Blood spurted out from the cracks and flowed into the super ancient devouring golden mosquito's mouth. Chapter 646. The devouring beast shrieked in agony as it quickly shriveled up. In the end, it was sucked dry and turned into a bag of bones, losing all signs of life. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A level 8 beast had been killed so easily? Even Su Chen, who had high hopes for the super-devouring ancient gorilla mosquito, found it unbelievable. Big Bird, am I good? The super-devouring ancient gorilla mosquito burped and shouted at the flaming phoenix proudly. The flaming phoenix turned around and ignored it. However, it thought to itself, looks like I can't bully the mosquito as I wish anymore. The moment Shen Ruohong saw the devouring beast being killed, his heart turned cold. He knew that if he did not run now, he would never have the chance to do so again. When he came back to his senses, he turned around and ran. However, Su Chen would not give him the chance. After activating the rapid combat boots, he was like a flash of light as he quickly chased after Shen Ruohong. As he released his spiritual power to trap Shen Ruohong, he smashed the combined 5 extremes mountain from the sky and smashed Shen Ruohong into a pile of meat paste. After that, he carried Shen Ruohong's spirit beast pouch and returned to his original spot. There might be a beast in the spirit beast pouch. However, Su Chen was not in a hurry to check it. Instead, his gaze fell on the 2 ice sculptures. Of these 2 ice sculptures, one was the level 8 old man and the other was the middle-aged man who had been inseparable from Shen Ruohong. From the outside, these 2 ice sculptures were no different from the other ice sculptures. They did not have any signs of life. However, Su Chen found something suspicious. The other ice sculptures had more or less dropped shards. Only these 2 ice sculptures did not drop a single shard. There were 2 possibilities for this situation. First, there was a chance for shards to drop, and these 2 ice sculptures did not drop any shards. However, this possibility was very small. This was because as one's level increased, not only would the chance of shards drop increase, but the number of shards would also increase. As a level 8 mutated race cultivator, how could the old man not drop a single shard? The second possibility was that these 2 people had used a special method to hide their auras. On the surface, they looked dead, but in fact, they were still alive. Su Chen felt that the second possibility was very likely. In order to verify the authenticity, he threw a punch at the middle-aged man. With a loud roar, the middle-aged man exploded. Immediately afterward, a blood-colored insect flashing with red light shot out and fled into the distance. Crimson worm. Su Chen's eyes turned cold as he released his mental power to bind the crimson bug. Senior, please spare my life. Realizing that it could no longer move, Crimson Bug roared in fear. Level 6 Crimson Bug. Looks like the Valley Master of Spirit Snake Valley is being controlled by you. Su Chen murmured as he killed the Crimson Bug mercilessly. Then, his gaze landed on the hunchbacked old man and he said mockingly, "Do you still intend to continue acting?" Bang bang bang. Crack. Just as Su Chen finished his sentence, the ice on the hunchbacked old man shattered. However, to everyone's surprise, the hunchbacked old man did not choose to escape, nor did he attack Su Chen. Instead, he knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, I'm willing to submit to you. Please don't kill me." Su Chen rubbed his nose and asked softly, "Which race are you from? What's your name?" The hunchbacked old man immediately replied, "Senior, my name is Mo Rong. I'm from the undead tribe." Chapter 647. Undead Tribe. Su Chen looked at Mo Rong in a daze and frowned slightly. He remembered clearly that he had killed an undead tribe member in the Forgotten Worries Sea outside of Qinyu Island. However, that undead tribe member was in the form of a skeleton, completely different from Mo Rong. Could it be that Mo Rong was lying? Su Chen's eyes turned cold as he thought of this. He snorted and said, "Do you think I have never seen an undead tribe member?" May I ask what kind of undead tribe member you have seen? Mo Rong asked in a trembling voice. A skeleton, Su Chen said coldly. Mo Rong sighed and explained, Senior, you may not know this, but some extreme members of the undead tribe will destroy their physical bodies because they are unable to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. They will use this to cultivate their mental strength in order to achieve a breakthrough. There is such a thing? Su Chen could not believe it. What was the point of living if they turned themselves into a skeleton? This was not extreme, it was self-torture. Senior, if you don't believe me, you can ask the elf tribe. They often interact with our tribe, Mo Rong reminded him. Su Chen turned to look at Moon Spirit and Mo Rong. Senior, there is such a thing, Moon Spirit replied confidently. Su Chen nodded slightly and looked at Mo Rong. He sneered and said, Those who are not of my tribe will have different intentions. Therefore you still have to die. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning gathered in his palm, and a terrifying wave of thunder and lightning spread out. Senior, please wait. I have an important piece of information. It is enough to exchange for my life. Seeing that Su Chen was about to attack, Mo Rong shouted in fear. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said calmly, You better not lie to me. Mo Rong wiped away his cold sweat. He felt as if he had been on the verge of death. Under Su Chen's gaze, he quickly said, Senior, I know a place that has a large number of level 9 energy stones. Level 9 energy stones. Su Chen's eyes widened. His expression changed. Level 9 energy stones were too important to him. Be it the upgrade of the intelligent chariot, to level 9, or the mechanical soldier, to level 9, they were both indispensable items. Are you telling the truth? How do you prove it? Su Chen took a deep breath. After calming down, he stared at Mo Rong. Senior, I can swear to the heavenly Tao that every word I said is true. Mo Rong swore solemnly. Hearing this, Su Chen fell into deep thought. Although the heavenly oath had a certain binding effect, it could not guarantee that what Mo Rong said was true. Furthermore, if she agreed to Mo Rong's request, she would have to keep him by her side. What if he betrayed her? After all, Mo Rong was also a level 8 cultivator and could pose a fatal threat to others. However, he was extremely unwilling to give up on the level 9 energy stone. Moon Spirit stepped forward and said respectfully, Senior, I would like to make another deal with you. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He whispered, Tell me about it. Moon Spirit had many good items on her. First, there was the Blood Spirit Stone, then there was the Golden Longbow. Every one of them was priceless. Su Chen was quite interested in Moon Spirit's request for another deal. Senior, you should have a soul orb, right? I would like to use an oath stone to exchange for it, Moon Spirit said slowly. Princess, you can't. Elder Yu Qi hurriedly stopped her. Moon Spirit's face darkened. Elder Yu Qi, have you forgotten about my mother? Sigh. Elder Yu Qi clenched her teeth and sighed helplessly. Chapter 648. What's an oath stone? Su Chen asked. Although he did not know its specific use, if Moon Spirit was willing to trade it for a soul orb, its value would not be lower than the Blood Spirit Stone. Mo Rong said, Senior, the oath stone is a contract stone that can be used to make a vow. As long as you make a vow in front of the oath stone and submit to its master, the vow will take effect immediately. If you violate it, your soul will be destroyed. Hearing this, Su Chen was somewhat moved. If Mo Rong was telling the truth, with the oath stone, he would be able to recruit a large number of powerhouses. He would not have to worry about them betraying him. Could there be such a magical item in the world? Su Chen found it hard to believe and turned to Moon Spirit. Moon Spirit explained, Senior, the oath stone does have such an effect, but it can only be used 3 times at most. Regarding this explanation, Su Chen felt much more relieved in his heart. If the oath stone could be used infinitely, it would be too powerful. If it could only be used 3 times, it would make sense. Does the oath stone have an effect on saint-level powerhouses? Su Chen probed. Considering that the oath stone could only be used 3 times and each time was extremely precious, If he wanted to recruit subordinates, he would have to recruit some super powerhouses. Sage-level powerhouses would be the best. The Oath Stone works on people of any cultivation, but it has to be voluntary. You can't force it, Moon Spirit replied with certainty. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then opened the pet breeding space and communicated with the Flaming Phoenix. Little Flame, do you know about the Oath Stone? The Oath Stone was very important. He could not just listen to one side of the story. He had to confirm it. The Flaming Phoenix was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, the Oath Stone is also known as the Contract Stone. As long as you make a vow in front of the Oath Stone, you can't go against it. Otherwise, you will be punished by the heavens and die without a burial place. After confirming the Oath Stone's effect, Su Chen smiled and said, I agree to this deal. Thank you, Senior. Moon Spirit was extremely excited. She quickly took out a blue gem and placed it in Su Chen's hand. Senior, this is the Oath Stone. Su Chen took a closer look at it and contacted Flaming Phoenix telepathically. Flaming Phoenix, is this an Oath Stone? Master, there's no mistaking it. It's the Oath Stone, Flaming Phoenix quickly replied. Su Chen sighed and opened Shinrua Hong's bag of holding. After rummaging through it, he found a soul pearl and gave it to Moon Spirit. Thank you, Senior. Moon Spirit expressed her gratitude once again. It's just a deal. You don't have to thank me. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently. Strictly speaking, he had profited greatly from this transaction. After all, Oath Stones were far more valuable than soul crystals. I'm a little curious. You should know the value of the Oath Stone. Why do you still want to trade? Su Chen asked, puzzled. After Yu Qing's death, Moon Spirit was very likely to become the next queen of the elf race. To become a queen, she would need loyal subordinates to assist her. The Oath Stone was very useful to her. Moon Spirit hesitated for a moment, then said truthfully, Senior, my mother's body was poisoned. Only the energy recovery pill can cure her. The main ingredient for the energy recovery pill is the soul pearl. Su Chen understood and said, the Oath Stone is far more valuable than the soul pearl. I won't take advantage of you. I don't want that golden longbow. Considering that Moon Spirit was very likely to become the next queen of the elf race, he wanted to leave a good impression on her. Perhaps he could get more benefits from the elf race in the future. Chapter 649. Thank you, Senior. Moon Spirit was overjoyed and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. The golden longbow was her main weapon. Once she lost it, her combat ability would be halved. Its importance was self-evident. Therefore, her gratitude to Su Chen came from the bottom of her heart. Su Chen did not mind too much. He still had a silver longbow in his hands. He could spend a few upgrade gems to upgrade it to a golden longbow. It would not be a big problem. It was also because of this that he did not ask for the golden longbow. Later, he took the Oath Stone and made Mo Rong swear an oath, successfully subduing him. Mo Rong was a level 8 cultivator and had the whereabouts of a level 9 power stone. It was worth it to spend one chance. Alright, things here are settled. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Su Chen smiled and said goodbye to Moon Spirit, then left with Mo Rong. Looking at Su Chen's back, Moon Spirit suddenly had an inexplicable impulse. She mustered her courage and shouted, Senior, may I know your name? Su Chen paused for a moment, then said plainly, Su Chen. With that, he left with Mo Rong without looking back. They quickly disappeared from Moon Spirit's sight. Princess, let's hurry back to the elves. Elder Yuqi walked to Moon Spirit's side and reminded her softly. Moon Spirit nodded and said blankly, Elder Yuqi, how old do you think Senior Su is this year? Elder Yuqi pondered for a moment, then said seriously, Princess, you should know that I have a special ability to see the age of a person's bones. He should be less than 20 years old. Moon Spirit took a deep breath. He was not even 20 years old, but he had the power to suppress a group of level 8 cultivators. This made her feel extremely shocked. Elder Seventh Feather sighed. He's still a level 7 full-time cultivator. He's not even 20 years old yet. This is unbelievable. Hearing this, Moon Spirit opened her mouth wide and fell into a deep daze. On the other side, Suchen brought Mo Rong to Yinji City. Along the way, Suchen asked, Old Mo, since you know where the grade 9 power ore is, why don't you get it? As a level 8 cultivator, Mo Rong could use a level 9 power stone. Even if he didn't use it, it would be a good choice to exchange it for other cultivation resources. Then why hasn't he made a move yet? This made Suchen very puzzled. Master, there's a level 10 golden python guarding the level 9 energy stone. I can't even get close to it, Mo Rong explained. Hearing this, Suchen was slightly moved. Level 10 mutated beasts were hard to come by, and their bodies were full of treasures. Other things aside, a level 10 energy stone was already priceless. Moreover, when the super-devouring ancient gorilla mosquito reached level 9, it would be able to reach level 10 if it devoured it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, where exactly are the level 9 energy ores? It's in a large mountain range on the undead continent, Mo Rong replied honestly. Suchen nodded slightly and pondered. It was obviously not the right time to go to the undead continent to look for the level 9 energy ores. There were still many things waiting for him to deal with. The primordial spirit sculpted fruit tree, the wind spiritual stone, and the tree of life were the most important things. The matter of killing Han Sanqian could not be delayed for too long. If he could deal with these things properly, he could try to enter the undead continent. Old Mo, is there a boundary passage to the undead continent nearby? Suchen continued asking. Master, I went through a lot of hardships to escape here from the half-beast continent. Mo Rong immediately replied. Chapter 650. Escape? Or from the half-beast continent? Suchen was even more confused. Mo Rong explained, Master, the realm passage from the undead continent to the human continent has a level restriction. At most, only level 6 and below can pass through. However, the half-beast continent has a realm passage that allows level 8 cultivators to pass through. So to enter the undead continent, we have to enter the half-beast continent first? Suchen muttered. He was more familiar with the half-beast continent. He had killed many of their people before. Mo Rong nodded. Then why did you escape here? Suchen asked. With Mo Rong's level 8 ability, there were very few people who could threaten him. What kind of strong person could force him to this point? What was the reason? Since he had subdued Mo Rong, he had to understand these things. Mo Rong seemed to recall the sad past. His face was gloomy. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, Master, it's like this. Other than me, there is also a good friend of mine, Yan Xingyi, who knows the exact location of the level 9 energy stone. The most despicable thing is that Yan Xingyi harmed me in order to keep the level 9 energy stone for himself. I was heavily injured and luckily escaped with my life. However, my wife and child were killed. I see. Suchen understood and comforted him. Don't worry. When we enter the undead continent, I will help you get rid of Yan Xingyi and avenge your wife and child. He hated people like Yan Xingyi who betrayed his friends for his own selfish reasons. Moreover, Mo Rong was now one of his own. It was natural for him to avenge one of his own. Thank you, Master. Mo Rong thanked sincerely. The reason why he dragged out an ignoble existence was mainly to avenge his wife and child. Now that he had Suchen's guarantee, it was only a matter of time before he got his revenge. This was because he had witnessed Suchen's strength with his own eyes. Although Yan Xingyi was also very strong, he was like an ant in Suchen's hands. All right, let's speed up, Suchen said in a low voice. The others were still in Yinji City. Even with Vajra Willow and the mechanical soldier, he was still worried. Behind them, the two of them sped up and entered Yinji City, heading straight for the auction. When they arrived at the front of the auction, they saw a large group of people outside. It was a sea of people. For so many people to appear, something big must have happened. Suchen did not think too much about it. He squeezed in with Mo Rong. Unexpectedly, just as they squeezed in, they saw Chen Feng and the others confronting two men. Because he did not know what was going on, Su Chen was not in a hurry to show himself. At this moment, Chen Feng suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Ouyang Chengfeng, we obtained this item from the auction. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to force a sale now, right?" "Brother Chen, there's something you don't know. That seal originally belonged to our Ouyang clan, but it was stolen by a thief." The one facing off against Chen Feng was a young man dressed in white with an imposing appearance. This person first spoke briefly, then said in a low voice, "Our Ouyang clan naturally has to take back what belongs to us. Since you obtained it from the auction, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you all the energy stones you spent." Chen Feng shook his head and sneered, "Ouyang Chenghong, Brother Su bid for the seal. However, I advise you to give up. Brother Su will definitely not sell it to you." He knew clearly what kind of person Su Chen was. How could he give up something that Su Chen wanted? Chapter 651. Chen Feng could even imagine that once Su Chen returned, if Ouyang Chengfeng continued to pester him endlessly, he might lose his life. Who is this Brother Su you're talking about? How dare he not give face to the Ouyang family? Ouyang Chengfeng sneered. Hearing this, Chen Feng frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Su Chen rubbed his nose and walked over. "Brother Su, you're back." Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. "Su Chen." "Chengu." The others greeted Su Chen as well. Su Chen nodded slightly and looked at Ouyang Chengfeng. He said coldly, "I don't care who you are. I won't sell that seal. Leave now and don't humiliate yourself." The 5 Elements Heaven Dipper seal was a divine weapon and belonged to the Steel Willow. It was wishful thinking for Ouyang Chengfeng to ask for it. "Boy, are you threatening me?" Ouyang Chengfeng's face was cold. The Ouyang family was a well-known family in the mysterious heavenly mainland. When had they ever been looked down upon? Su Chen, a young boy, dared to talk to him in such a tone. He was not taking him seriously at all. As the genius of the younger generation of the Ouyang family, if he did not take this opportunity to get back at Ouyang Chengfeng, it would not only be him who would lose face, but the whole family. Therefore, he made up his mind to not only get the 5 Elements Heaven Dipper seal, but also to teach Su Chen a lesson. Threatening? Su Chen curled his lips and instantly released his mental strength, sweeping towards Ouyang Chengfeng. Spiritual energy. Ouyang Chengfeng was shocked when he felt an invisible force coming towards him. Just as he was trying to escape, he realized that his whole body was bound and he couldn't move. "What level is your spiritual energy?" Ouyang Chengfeng's heart skipped a beat. As a level 6 evolved being, he could not resist at all. This young man was definitely a spiritual reader master of level 7 or above. "How dare you!" The middle-aged man beside Ouyang Chengfeng was furious. He roared and rushed toward Su Chen. "Old Imo, teach him a lesson." Su Chen scolded softly and gave a look to Imo Rong who was beside him. The middle-aged man was only level 7. With Imo Rong's strength, it would not be a problem to crush him. Imo Rong rushed forward and punched the middle-aged man. Bang! Accompanied by an explosive sound, the middle-aged man's entire arm exploded. Level the Evolver. Cries of surprise rang out from all around. So strong. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were also somewhat moved. Since when did Chen Ge have such a powerful subordinate? Yang Hao and the others were puzzled. "You dare to injure a member of my Ouyang clan?" The corner of Ouyang Chengfeng's mouth twitched. A flame of hatred shot out from his eyes as he glared at Su Chen. "If you dare to blabber again, do you believe that I won't take your life?" Su Chen curled his lips and snorted coldly. "You still want to kill me? Do you dare?" Ouyang Chengfeng sneered. Although he was controlled by Su Chen, he was not as flustered as before. Instead, he was somewhat fearless. Chen Feng clearly felt the murderous intent from Su Chen. He quickly advised, "Brother Su, you can't kill this person." With Su Chen's character, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to offend him, he would not hesitate to kill them. However, Ouyang Chengfeng's identity was more special. Once he was killed, it would cause endless trouble. Why can't I kill him? Su Chen asked coldly. Chen Feng explained softly, Brother Su, the Ouyang clan is also one of the 7 major powers of Forgotten Autumn Mountain. They are not weak. Moreover, they have a saint-level ancestor in the sacred region. Chapter 652. Ah, kid, do you know who I am now? Ouyang Chengfeng laughed wildly. Then, his face darkened as he threatened, Kid, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Hand over the seal, kneel before me and admit your mistake. Then, I might consider sparing your life. He thought that no one would dare to do anything to him with the support of a sage-level ancestor. Indeed, the reputation of a sage-level powerhouse was enough to intimidate most people. But it didn't work on Su Chen. Su Chen had seen all kinds of situations. He didn't even give face to the sage-level ancestor of the beast-taming tribe. How could Ouyang Chengfeng threaten him? Chen Feng knew that things weren't going well. Just as he was about to persuade him, he saw Su Chen's cold face and swallowed his words. Your words might bring a catastrophe to your family. Even your sage-level ancestor can't save you. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and walked slowly towards Ouyang Chengfeng. Ouyang Chengfeng was slightly stunned. At this moment, he clearly felt Su Chen's killing intent. But he still didn't believe that Su Chen would dare to do anything to him. He gritted his teeth and snorted, Kid, I'm afraid you don't know how powerful a sage-level powerhouse is. You think too highly of yourself. Su Chen didn't bother to talk to him anymore. He walked forward and punched. There was a loud boom. Ouyang Chengfeng's head was blasted into a mist of blood. The headless body swayed a few times and finally fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Then there was an uproar. Who is he? How dare he kill someone from the Ouyang family? Is he crazy? Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? How could someone who dares to kill Ouyang Chengfeng be a simple person? But the Ouyang family has a sage-level ancestor. He dares to kill him. Isn't he too unscrupulous? Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi looked at each other and clicked their tongues. They had seen Su Chen's ruthlessness before, but at this moment, they still felt a little shaken. How dare you kill our young master? The Ouyang family will not let you off. The middle-aged man with only one arm roared angrily. Noisy! Su Chen coldly snorted and casually shot out a wind blade, chopping off his head. Let's go. Let's walk around somewhere else. Su Chen greeted Yang Hao and the others calmly as if he had just done a very ordinary thing. Let's go. It's not suitable to stay here for too long. Wu Yang agreed. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to leave, a large group of armored guards walked towards them, blocking their way. Who killed people in my Yanji city? Come out by yourself. Among the armored guards, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walked out with a dignified aura. This person's gaze swept over Su Chen and the others as he shouted coldly. Brother Su Chen, his name is Lu Yang. He's a level 7 evolved being and also the mayor of Yanji city. Chen Feng walked to Su Chen's side and reminded him softly. Su Chen rubbed his nose and took 2 steps forward. He said indifferently, I killed him. Is there a problem? Seeing Su Chen's casual attitude, Lu Yang frowned slightly and snorted. Is this your first time in Yanji city? Don't you know that you can't kill people here? Su Chen curled his lips and laughed. As long as someone dares to provoke me, I will kill them. No matter where I am, it's the same. How arrogant! Seeing that Su Chen did not take him seriously, Lu Yang gritted his teeth and was about to scold him. However, a guard ran to his side and whispered a few words in his ear. Chapter 653. Hearing this, Lu Yang was shocked and hurriedly looked at the 2 corpses on the ground. When he saw the middle-aged man's face, his face changed completely. After being stunned for a while, he looked at Su Chen and asked in a trembling voice, Do you know who these 2 people are? Ouyang Chengfeng was regarded as one of the top talents in the younger generation of the Ouyang family. His death would affect the whole situation. If things went wrong, even he, the governor of Yanji City, would be implicated. To him, if he did not want to be implicated, the best way was to take down Su Qin and the rest and hand them over to the Ouyang family for punishment. However, since Su Qin could kill Ouyang Chengfeng and Ouyang Chengfeng, he must be very powerful. He did not have the slightest confidence that he could take down Su Qin and the rest. Aren't they just two good-for-nothings from the Ouyang family? You want to avenge them? Su Qin rubbed his nose and said casually, "Hiss." Lu Yang took a deep breath. At first, he suspected that Su Qin dared to kill Ouyang Chengfeng because he did not know who he was. But now, it seemed that Su Qin knew everything. Then why did he dare to kill them? Could it be that he was someone with a strong background? Thinking of this, Lu Yang forced a smile. "Friend, you must be joking. I'm not familiar with the Ouyang family. Why would I avenge them? If that's the case, don't block our way." Su Qin did not give Lu Yang any face and signaled him to move aside. Lu Yang was very angry. He was the governor of a city and Su Qin did not give him any face. However, when he thought of how Su Qin dared to kill Ouyang Chengfeng, he suppressed his anger and shouted to his subordinates, "Move aside." Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Su Qin and the others left the place. As the teleportation portal would only be activated in 3 days, Su Qin could not do anything else in this period of time. Thus, he brought the rest of them to wander around Yanji City. Just like in Tianwang City, they could eat whatever they wanted and buy whatever they wanted. They had a lot of fun. Su Qin also introduced Mo Rong to everyone and made it clear that he was one of them. Since they were on the same side, it meant that they would be together in the future. Wu Yang and the others greeted Mo Rong, and they quickly became familiar with each other. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the day of the teleportation array's activation arrived, Su Qin and the others arrived at the teleportation hall early. Due to the fact that the teleportation formation to enter the mysterious heavenly mainland would only be activated once in a while, there would be many people every time it was activated. At this moment, there were several hundred people gathered in the teleportation hall. Most of them were from other races. "Senior Brother Qin, how many people can this teleportation array transport at once?" Su Qin glanced around and asked Qin Feng. "It can transport at least 50 people. Qin Feng thought for a moment and replied, "Does that mean we have to teleport with the others?" Su Qin muttered with a frown. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems when teleporting with someone he didn't know. After all, he had been tricked by Han Sanqian once, so he had to be more careful. After pondering for a moment, Su Qin asked Qin Feng again, "Senior Brother Qin, how do we activate the teleportation portal?" Qin Feng explained, "It's actually very simple. You just have to install an energy stone and press the switch." Su Qin nodded slightly. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. He then raised his voice and said to the crowd, "Everyone, after the teleportation portal is activated, I'll take the first teleportation slot. You can all wait for the second teleportation." As soon as he said that, the hall fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone looked at Su Qin in unison. Chapter 654. When they saw that the person who spoke was a young human, everyone in the hall was shocked. A mere human dared to be so presumptuous? Did he treat all the powerhouses as if they did not exist? Wasn't he too arrogant? "Brat, are you crazy? Do you think this is your home?" An undead clan member pointed at Su Qin's nose and scolded. Every time the teleportation portal was activated, there was a fixed number of teleportations. Su Qin had taken up the first teleportation slot, so there might not be anyone who could use it later. Therefore, everyone present was in an unusual atmosphere and glared at Su Qin. Some even had the thought of killing Su Qin on the spot. "Brother Su, let's forget about it," Qin Feng persuaded. Su Qin's way of doing things was too domineering, and it would easily incur the wrath of the crowd. Su Qin did not care about all this. He wanted to ensure the safety of the teleportation process. If anyone was not convinced, he would kill them. Anyway, in this world, whoever had the hardest fist would have the right to speak. "But, do you have an opinion on my suggestion?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and walked straight to the undead clan member. Nonsense. The undead clan member's face darkened, and he scolded, "Kid, you better give up on this idea. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Human, the teleportation portal is owned by everyone. It's impossible for you to take it for yourself. At this time, another half-beast clan member scolded Su Chen coldly. Yes, this kid is too arrogant. He really thinks he's someone important. If he still doesn't know what's good for him, we'll kill him together. The others also had a fierce look and scolded Su Chen angrily. They looked like they wanted to skin Su Chen alive. Su Chen glanced at them coldly and smiled disdainfully. This is the human clan's mainland. Since when is it your turn to talk nonsense? Whoever dares to talk nonsense again, I'll kill him on the spot. The moment he said that, the entire hall fell into silence again. Everyone was dumbfounded. In their opinion, Su Chen was not simply arrogant. He was clearly courting death. There were hundreds of alien race experts in the hall. Su Chen's words had offended all of them. This level of arrogance was rarely seen in the world. After a long while, the strange races regained their senses and stared coldly at Su Chen. The hall was instantly filled with a strong murderous aura. Just as the swords were about to be drawn, a loud and clear voice echoed in the hall. This is the teleportation hall, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Everyone stop. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a dignified aura slowly walked over with vigorous steps. This person was none other than the city lord of Yanji City, Lu Yang. Lu Yang was a level 7 cultivator and also a castellan, so he had a certain degree of deterrence. The hall instantly quieted down. City Lord Lu, this brat wants to take the teleportation spot. You have to be the judge. When Lu Yang came closer, the undying clan member who had scolded Su Chen previously took the lead to complain about Su Chen. There are rules in the teleportation portal. Who dares to be so arrogant? Lu Yang's face was cold as he looked in the direction of the undying clan member's finger. When he saw that it was Su Chen, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He originally wanted to scold Su Chen, but he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Friend, what you're doing is against the rules, right? Lu Yang said gently. If anyone else dared to cause trouble here, he would have killed them on the spot. However, Su Chen was not an ordinary person. He even dared to kill someone from the Ouyang family. In the face of such a person, he did not dare to be impudent. Chapter 655. Rules are made by people. It's okay to change them once in a while. Su Chen chuckled, then snorted coldly. Of course, once the rules are changed, there will definitely be people who are unhappy. However, this is a small problem. If there's one who's unhappy, I'll kill that one. If there's a group of people who are unhappy, I'll kill a group of them. Lu Yang opened his mouth slightly and stared blankly at Su Chen. He was speechless for a long time. He had seen many arrogant people, but it was the first time he had seen someone as unscrupulous as Su Chen. Su Chen was very strong, he knew this very well. However, there were also many strong people in the hall. Was he not afraid of being attacked by a group? Arrogant, do you think you're in existence beyond level 10? Everyone, let's attack together and kill this arrogant human. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the group of mutated people started to scold him again. The murderous aura in the hall became even thicker. Chen Feng and the others were a little nervous and were ready to attack. City Lord Lu, you've seen it too. It's not that we don't want to give you face, but this kid is too arrogant. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to appease the anger of the people. A cruel smile appeared on the undead race's face, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu Yang was in a difficult position and did not know what to say. However, at this moment, Su Chen locked onto the undead race and sneered coldly. Since you're the one who can escape, I'll start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his mind power and swept it over. Mind power? The undead race suddenly felt an unparalleled invisible force crushing toward him. When he realized that it was mind power, it was already too late. He was only a level 5 evolved person. How could he resist Su Chen's mind power that was comparable to level 8? There was a loud bang. The undead race's entire body exploded and turned into a pile of debris. What terrifying strength! There were exclamations from all around. Level 8 mind power. Lu Yang clicked his tongue, his heart trembling slightly. Seeing the undead tribesmen being killed without being able to put up any resistance, the group of strange races started to feel uneasy. The way they looked at Su Chen changed from their initial disdain and anger to deep reverence. The half-beast man who had insulted Su Chen before was scared out of his wits. He was also a level 5 evolver. If Su Chen wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Thinking of this, he slowly retreated, trying to hide in the crowd and out of Su Chen's sight. However, how could his every move escape Su Chen's eyes? Su Chen wanted to make an example out of them, and the beastmen were the best targets. A wave of mental strength swept out silently and instantly bound the undead clan member. "Senior, please spare my life." The beastman turned pale and begged loudly for mercy. Su Chen was unmoved. Just as he was about to kill the beastman, a tall and rough-looking beastman suddenly jumped out from the side. He clenched his fist and punched the air, but it completely destroyed Su Chen's mental strength. The level 5 beastman was lucky to escape with his life. He took a deep breath and bowed to the rough-looking beastman. "Master Zhongding, thank you for saving my life." Zhongding ignored him and stared at Su Chen. He sneered. "Human, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a level 8 telekinesis master? Do you really think we beastmen are easy to bully? You're right. You strange races are all ants in my eyes. I can bully you however I want." Su Chen mocked. Then, he turned his gaze to the level 5 beastman. His eyes were cold. "If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me." Chapter 656. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the half-orc clan member who had advanced by 5%. "How dare you!" Zhongding was enraged. He blocked in front of the half-beastman and punched out. Su Chen did not slow down or change his direction. When Zhongding's punch was about to hit him, a purple glow flashed under his feet. His speed suddenly increased, and he passed through the punch like a phantom. Not good. Zhongding punched the air and quickly turned around. When he saw Su Chen strangling the half-beastman with one hand, his face turned cold. "A piece of trash like you wants to stop me from killing?" Su Chen smirked and flew out of the hall with the level 5 half-beastman in tow. Zhongding was a level 8 evolver, so it was not difficult to kill him. However, considering that there was a teleportation portal in the hall, Lin Huang was worried that it would be damaged, so he might as well lure him out. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhongding roared and followed closely behind Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had arrived outside the hall. The rest of the people followed them out. "Human, let go of my tribesmen, or I will kill you today." Zhongding glared at Su Chen and threatened. As a level 8 evolver, he was a famous expert in the half-beastman race. If he could not even save one of his tribesmen, how could he raise his head in the future? "Gotcha!" What answered him was the crisp sound of bones breaking. Su Chen broke the half-beastman's neck and threw him to the ground. "I've said it before. If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me, let alone a piece of trash like you." Since they had already come out of the hall, Su Chen had nothing to worry about. "I want you to die." Zhongding was like an erupting volcano, and a thick broadsword had appeared in his hand. At this moment, he was flying towards Su Chen with the broadsword in his hand. Before the person arrived, a violent murderous aura swept out, causing Su Chen's clothes to flutter in the wind. The surrounding onlookers could feel the killing intent, and they couldn't help but step back. "You overestimate yourself." The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and a pitch-black saber suddenly appeared in his hand. After pouring a thunder attribute spell into the saber, he swept it out horizontally. Rumble, crack. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a blue torrent blasted out from the saber. The terrifying killing intent of lightning spread out, giving people the feeling that they would be smashed into pieces if they came into contact with it. Zhong Ding felt it even more deeply, and the thought of escaping immediately arose in his heart. But at this point, it was already impossible to dismount, and it was already too late to escape. "I'll kill you!" Zhong Ding roared and swung his broadsword at the incoming blue torrent. There was a loud explosion. The long saber in Zhong Ding's hand shattered inch by inch. As for his body, it was completely charred, and his appearance could not be seen at all. The corners of Zhong Ding's mouth twitched slightly, and his voice was as soft as a mosquito. However, before he could make a sound, his head was chopped off by Su Chen's wind blade. Bang! As Zhong Ding's head fell to the ground, the surroundings fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone stared at Su Chen with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and disbelief. They could never have imagined that a level 8 half-beast powerhouse would be easily killed by a human. There was no need to mention how powerful this human was. What was more terrifying was that he was a full-time cultivator. Moreover, each of his professions had reached level 7. This was what really shocked them. Chapter 657. Gulp. Lu Yang swallowed his saliva and felt a lingering fear in his heart. He was glad that he had been careful yesterday and did not get into a conflict with Su Chen. Otherwise, he would have been dead on the spot. Su Chen collected the fragments from Zhong Ding's body. Then, he narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He raised his voice and said, "Is there anyone else who doesn't agree?" Under Su Chen's gaze, both humans and mutated tribesmen trembled and kept quiet out of fear. "A bunch of trash." Su Chen scoffed coldly and continued, "If you don't want to die, get out of the teleportation hall. Anyone who dares to come close will be killed on the spot." In order to ensure the safety of the teleportation hall, he began to clear the area. Everyone looked at each other. However, under Su Chen's forceful gaze, no one dared to stay and quickly left the place. Seeing that everyone was sensible, Su Chen did not argue with them. Then, he walked to Lu Yang and said calmly, "City Lord Lu, do you have any objections to my suggestion?" "Absolutely not." Lu Yang was so frightened that he trembled all over and quickly replied, "Who would dare to have any objections at this time? Whoever had any objections would have to die." Of course, Lu Yang would not seek death. Su Chen rubbed his nose. "Since there are no objections, shouldn't you leave as well?" "Ah." Lu Yang came back to his senses and apologized. Then, he flew out of the place and quickly disappeared from sight. "Let's go. It's time for us to enter the teleportation portal." Su Chen called out and took the lead to walk into the main hall. "Master is too awesome," Mo Rong exclaimed and followed behind Su Chen eagerly. Seeing how Su Chen had killed so many people on his own and shocked so many experts, Mo Rong felt a surge of emotion. After entering the hall, Su Chen installed the energy stone under Qin Feng's guidance. Then he released his mind power and pressed the switch. The teleportation portal was successfully activated. Everyone's visions suddenly became blurry. After a few breaths, when their vision cleared, they appeared in another hall. There were hundreds of people standing around the hall, all waiting to be teleported. When Su Chen and the others appeared, they started sizing them up. Why are there so few people this time?" Someone in the crowd exclaimed softly. Not only did the teleportation array take a long time to activate, but the number of teleportations was also very small. Therefore, at least 50 people were teleported over each time. A situation like this where there were only a dozen people was very rare. "Brother Su, this is the Wenshi dynasty's Duli city," Qin Feng reminded. Su Chen nodded slightly. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. He said in a low voice, "Let's leave the teleportation hall first." Everyone quickly walked out of the teleportation array and walked out of the main hall. Unexpectedly, they had only taken a few steps when they heard a cold snort. "Stop, this old man has something to ask you." Su Chen turned a deaf ear to him and continued to walk out leisurely. The others followed Su Chen's lead. Naturally, they would not pay attention to him. Chen Feng looked at the person who spoke as he walked. When he saw the other party's appearance, his face froze. He reminded Su Chen, "Brother Su, the person who spoke is called Zhong Li Mei. He is a level 8 half-beast race evolver. No need to pay attention to him. If he wants to die, I will help him." Su Chen snorted and continued to walk forward. Chen Feng clicked his tongue and did not say anything else. With Su Chen's strength, he had the right to say such words. On the other side, Zhong Li Mei saw that Su Chen and the others were treating him like air. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. With a few steps, he blocked in front of Su Chen and the others. With a stern voice and countenance, he said, "Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear this old man tell you to stop?" Chapter 658. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Just as he was considering whether to make a move in the hall or outside, a skinny middle-aged man with a feminine aura slowly walked over. "Brother Zhong, what has caused you to be so angry?" The feminine man glanced at Su Chen and the rest before turning to Zhong Limei and asking, "So it's Brother Situ." Zhong Limei replied politely and explained, "Previously, I had already made an agreement with my son, Zhong Ding, that he would be sent over when the teleportation array first opened. However, I did not see him, so I asked these humans about him. Unexpectedly, they did not give me face." When Su Chen heard that Zhong Limei's son was Zhong Ding, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng secretly shook his head. He was very clear that with Su Chen's character, a fight would be unavoidable. "Brother Zhong, please calm down. I will help you ask." The feminine man comforted him and his gaze fell on Su Chen and the rest. His face sank slightly as he snorted, "Why are there only a few of you who were sent over this time? Did something happen at Chongsu Island?" Su Chen ignored him and asked Chen Feng, "Senior Brother Chen, who is this guy?" The feminine man seemed to have a good relationship with Zhong Limei, and his gaze was faintly unfriendly, which made Zhong Limei very unhappy. Chen Feng whispered, "His name is Sidu Haonan, the city lord of Duli City. He is also a level 8 evolver." Sidu Haonan saw that Su Chen and Chen Feng were whispering softly and did not take his words seriously. His face immediately turned cold, and he said coldly, "Brat, I am asking you a question. Do you think I don't exist?" Su Chen rubbed his nose, looked at Sidu Haonan, and said indifferently, "Of course I wouldn't take a liking to a dog that groveled and called a brother to a foreign race." When these words came out, the surroundings were filled with the sound of cold air being sucked in. Everyone stared at Su Chen, dumbfounded. How could the governor of Duli City, a level 8 evolver, be humiliated by a young human in front of so many people? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Was this brat crazy or stupid? He even dared to scold Sidu Haonan? "You won't die if you don't seek death?" At this moment, everyone unanimously believed that Su Chen would die without a doubt. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be tortured to death. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi looked at each other and sighed silently. Blood will flow like a river again. Shen Mingfei clicked her tongue and could not help but sigh. Su Chen's style of doing things was that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If others offended him, he would kill them all. It could be said that wherever Su Chen went, he would set off a storm of blood. Initially, she thought that Su Chen would restrain himself after entering the mysterious heavenly mainland. She did not expect Su Chen to be so overbearing and domineering as before. It was as if everyone was an ant in his eyes. "Brat, you're really arrogant." After a short moment of astonishment, Zhong Limei's face was filled with cruelty as he sneered. He had long found Su Chen an eyesore. This was a good opportunity to completely eliminate Su Chen. Sidu Haonan's face turned pale. He glared at Su Chen and sneered, "Brat, do you know the price you have to pay for humiliating me? I don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name." At this moment, although he was on the verge of exploding in anger, Su Chen's fearlessness made him suspicious. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and wanted to find out more about Su Chen before he made his move. Chapter 659. You want to know my name? Are you worthy? Su Chen looked at Sidu Haonan with disdain. He did not treat Sidu Haonan as a person at all. You're courting death. The anger in Sidu Haonan's heart was completely ignited. He gritted his teeth and roared, charging straight at Su Chen. After being humiliated by Su Chen time and time again, even a clay figurine would be angry. If he could not get back at Su Chen, how could he survive in Duli City in the future? Sidu Haonan gave it his all and swore to kill Su Chen in one blow. Old Emo, go and meet him. Su Chen gave Emo Rong a look. Emo Rong did not say anything else and charged towards Sidu Haonan to fight. Both of them were level 8 evolvers, so it was hard to tell who would come out on top. Su Chen glanced at them and then turned to look at Zhong Lime. Zhong Lime was also staring coldly at Su Chen. When their eyes met, Zhong Lime laughed sinisterly. Kid, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have a level 8 cultivator protecting you. However, he can't even take care of himself now. I'd like to see how arrogant you can be. Su Chen smirked. Didn't you want to know about Zhong Ding? I can tell you for sure that I've already killed him. With just you? Zhong Lime was not angry. Instead, he laughed. My son is a level 8 cultivator. You think you can kill him? Shameless boasting. He thought that Su Chen was purposely trying to distract him, so he did not believe Su Chen's words. Then I'll send you down to meet him. Su Chen snorted coldly. He suddenly released his mentality and swept it towards Zhong Lime. Level 8 mentality. Zhong Lime's expression changed slightly when he felt an invisible force crushing towards him. However, he did not panic. He raised one hand, and a pitch-black shield appeared in front of him. A dim light flashed on the shield, and circles of black halos appeared, wrapping around his entire body. When the formless energy that swept over came into contact with the halo, it was all sliced apart, unable to cause any harm to Zhong Lime. Seeing this, Su Chen exclaimed softly. This was the first time he had seen such a defensive technique that could ignore spiritual energy. Brat, your mental strength is completely restrained by me. Just wait for your death. Zhong Lime laughed wildly as he raised his black shield and charged towards Su Chen. This old thing is too naive. Yang Hao and the others all had mocking expressions on their faces. Spiritual energy was just one of Su Chen's ordinary means of attack. He hadn't used any of his powerful trump cards yet. Zhong Lime clearly treated Su Chen as a spirit reader master. Choosing to engage in close combat with Su Chen was simply asking for humiliation. Su Chen didn't want to continue fighting. When Zhong Lime rushed over, he took out the fusion of 5 Extremes Mountain and smashed it down. Buzz. Buzz. The fusion of 5 Extremes Mountain expanded to a size of 10 feet. It glowed with 5 different colors and a terrifying aura surged out like a tsunami. It filled the entire hall and made a buzzing sound. What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so terrifying? It looks like a divine weapon. The moment the fusion of 5 Extremes Mountain appeared, the entire hall was in an uproar. When someone shouted out the 2 words Saint Weapon, a feeling of fear quickly spread. He actually has a divine weapon. Sidu Haonan broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, he was no longer in the mood to fight with Emo Rong. He forced Emo Rong back with one move and flashed to the entrance of the hall. He knew a thing or two about the power of a divine weapon. Once Zhong Lime was killed, he would not stay here any longer. He would escape immediately. Chapter 660. As the person involved, Zhong Lime was scared out of his wits. In the face of the terrifying attack of the combined 5 Extremes Mountain, there was nowhere to run. He could only brace himself and raise the black shield above his head. There was a loud explosion. The combined 5 Extremes Mountain fell from the sky and completely engulfed Zhong Lime. Suddenly, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and the entire hall began to tremble. Hiss! Seeing this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They were completely shocked by the terrifying power of the combined 5 Extremes Mountain. This is too scary. Sidu Haonan's eyelids twitched violently. He turned around and tried to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Mo Rong roared and quickly chased after him. Although Su Chen did not give the order to kill him, he did not say that he would let Sidu Haonan go either. If Sidu Haonan escaped, how would he explain it to Su Chen? "Leave it to me." Unexpectedly, he had only run a few steps when Su Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Then, his vision blurred and he saw a flash of light. "Master is so fast." Mo Rong stopped and could not help but click his tongue. On the other side, Su Chen activated the rapid combat boots and chased after Sidu Haonan until he was about 10 meters away. He raised his hand and used the Pegasus Meteor Punch. Whoosh whoosh, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound, 100 golden fist shadows suddenly appeared above Sidu Haonan's head. Secret Fist Technique. Sidu Haonan's expression changed when he felt the terrifying energy wave from the fist shadows. Before he could react, 100 fist shadows merged into one, like a small golden mountain, and came down on his head. Bang bang bang. After 100 consecutive collisions, Sidu Haonan was lying on the ground in a bloody mess. He was barely breathing. Although he was a level 8 evolved being, he was very ordinary among level 8 evolved beings. There was no way he could withstand Su Chen's violent attack. "Senior, please spare my life." Sidu Haonan struggled with all his might, trying to get up from the ground. However, he couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. He could only beg Su Chen for mercy. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and shot out a wind blade, turning Sidu Haonan into a pile of meat paste. Then, he turned around and returned to the main hall. When the people in the hall saw that Su Chen had returned so quickly, they were a little surprised and doubtful. Could it be that Sidu Haonan was killed in such a short time? Su Chen walked straight to the primordial 5 Poles mountain. After putting it into his storage bag, he narrowed his eyes and glanced down. In the deep pit, Zhong Li Mei had already been smashed into a meat patty, and there were more than 300 shards shining on it. "There's one more purple gold fragment." Su Chen was pleasantly surprised to see that there was a purple gold one among the fragments. The purple gold shards represented energy points, and each shard was equivalent to 2,000 energy points. It had been a long time since they had been dropped. Su Chen happily collected all the fragments and called out to Qin Feng and the others, "Let's go." "Everyone, let's leave this place," Qin Feng said. If they continued to stay here, they knew how much trouble Su Chen would cause. After all, this was the mysterious heavenly mainland and not the outer islands. He was still quite worried. After Su Chen and the others left, everyone in the hall heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as if they had just sent off a plague. After walking out of the hall, Su Chen took out the intelligent war chariot. The moment he got on the chariot, he ordered, "Satoshi, search for Xixia Valley's location. Go there first." The intelligent war chariot quickly locked onto Xixia Valley and slowly drove out of the city. Chapter 661. On the way, Su Chen thought of something and asked Qin Feng, "Senior brother Qin, I heard that the strongest person in the Wenxi dynasty is a level 7 evolver. Why is Sidu Haonan a level 8 evolver?" He had first heard this news from Shen Mengfei and later confirmed it from an elder of the Manyu Sacred Temple. Logically speaking, since both of them said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Qin Feng smiled and explained, "Brother Su, the strongest person in the Wenxi dynasty is Feng Li from the Feng family. Although he is only level 7, his strength is enough to crush a level 8 cultivator. Therefore, the strongest person in the Wenxi dynasty refers to strength, not level." "I see." Su Chen nodded slightly. Feng Li was obviously a master of killing people above his level. He should pay attention to this. After all, he had killed many people in the Wenxi dynasty. Even Feng Li's son had died in his hands. He also suspected that Feng Li was behind Han Sanqian's tampering with the teleportation formation. Behind them, Su Chen sat back in the driver's seat and began to tidy up the debris. The intelligent war chariot left Duli City and went straight to Xixia Valley. After driving for more than an hour, Qin Feng suddenly shouted, "Brother Su, let your MCV stop." "Satoshi, let's stop." Su Chen ordered and then asked, "Senior brother Chen, what's the matter?" Chen Feng pointed outside the car and explained, "Brother Su, the person in front is Lung Mai from the Sun Moon Star Palace." Su Chen looked in the direction of Qin Feng's finger. Sure enough, he saw a man with a strong back and a huge black axe on his back. He was walking forward slowly. "Since you are a senior brother from the Sun Moon Star Palace, please come up," Su Chen said lightly. Chen Feng nodded and quickly got off the car and ran to Lung Mai's side. After chatting for a while, the two returned to the intelligent war chariot. Chen Feng introduced the two sides. Lung Mai cupped his hands and said to Su Chen, "Then I'll have to trouble you, junior brother Su." He also wanted to go to the Dwelling Valley so he could go with Chen Feng and the other two. Not only could they catch up with each other, they could also save a lot of time. Senior brother Lung is too polite. Su Chen smiled. Then he took out some fruits and drinks to entertain Lung Mai. "Senior brother Lung, are you heading to the Dwelling Valley to find Grandmaster Wu Yazi to forge a weapon for you?" Chen Feng probed. Shisha Valley was the place where Wu Yazi lived. Most of those who went to Shisha Valley were there to have Wu Yazi forge weapons, which was why he had his suspicions. Lung Mai shook his head and said with a sharp look in his eyes, "Forging weapons is one thing, but the most important thing is to find people to fight." Su Chen was stunned. Lung Mai looked simple and honest. He didn't look like someone who would take the initiative to stir up trouble. Could it be that under the calm surface, there was a wild heart? Chen Feng frowned slightly and advised, "Senior apprentice brother Ling, although our Sun Moon Star Palace is a big sect, our sect master has always admonished us to keep a low profile when we are outside and not to cause trouble. It's not appropriate for you to find people to fight, is it?" "Junior apprentice brother, you misunderstand." Lung Mai laughed and explained, "Grandmaster Wu Yazi's reputation has spread far and wide. Countless people want to find him to forge weapons. In the past, they only needed to pay a certain amount of energy stones, but the rules have changed now." The rules had changed? What kind of rules were the rules now? Chen Feng looked at Lung Mai in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Chapter 662. Lung Mai cleared his throat and said, "Since there are too many people visiting Master Wu Yazi, they've spontaneously organized a martial arts competition. Whoever is stronger and ranked higher will have the priority to visit him." "There's such a thing?" Chen Feng clicked his tongue and asked in confusion, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean those who are weaker have no chance at all?" "That's not the case. If they can pay Master Wu Yazi well, they'll have a better chance to meet him," Lung Mai explained. Chen Feng shook his head secretly. Weaker cultivators would definitely not have many good things on them. With Wu Yazi's judgment, ordinary things would naturally not catch his eye. Therefore, those who were weaker would not have a chance to meet Wu Yazi. "Senior brother Leng, why are you looking for a fight with them?" Chen Feng asked in surprise. In his impression, Lung Mai was very strong but also very low-key. Taking the initiative to fight was not in line with Lung Mai's character at all. "You should know about the Worry Mountains preliminaries in a month, right?" Lung Mai did not answer the question. Chen Feng nodded, indicating that he knew. The Worry Mountains preliminaries were held once every 3 years to select a group of powerhouses to participate in the mysterious Heavenly Mainlands Challenge Tournament a year later. The challenge tournament was related to the quota to enter the Void Battleground, so every major force attached great importance to it. They would usually prepare in advance a year before the challenge tournament. Chen Feng understood, but what did the Worry Mountains preliminaries have to do with looking for a fight? Lung Mai smiled and explained, "The preliminaries determine whether or not we can enter the Void Battleground. Its importance goes without saying. The quota for each preliminaries is limited and the competition is extremely fierce. Even I'm not completely confident, so I want to use this time to find more powerhouses to spar with and improve my strength." "I see." Chen Feng was enlightened. Su Chen, who was standing aside, did not pay much attention at first. However, when he heard about the Void Battleground, his eyes suddenly lit up. Entering the Void Battleground had a certain chance of awakening a special ability. Special abilities could greatly improve one's strength, so he had been looking for a chance to enter for a long time. Su Chen took a deep breath and asked calmly, "Senior Brother Leng, if I want to enter the Void Battleground, can I participate in the preliminaries as an individual? A person?" Leng Mai was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm afraid that won't do. The quota to enter the Void Battleground has to be selected step by step. This is a rule set by a saint-level powerhouse. No one dares to violate it. So you're saying that those without factions can't participate?" Su Chen frowned. Since the rules were set by a saint-level expert, he couldn't break them with his current strength. If that was the case, wouldn't they be unable to enter the Void Battleground for a short period of time? Actually, it's not completely impossible. Leng Mai thought for a moment and replied, "If you're strong enough, you can join a force and get a spot through the selection process." Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to join a force. In that case, he would have the opportunity to enter the Void Battleground. However, considering that he had offended too many people, ordinary small forces did not dare to accept him. Only those who were powerful enough could do so. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of the Sun Moon Star Palace. Chapter 663. The Sun Moon Star Palace was known as the #1 force in the Carefree Mountain, and they were more familiar with Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi. If he had to choose a force to join, the Sun Moon Star Palace would be the best choice. Of course, it was hard to say if they would accept him. After all, he had offended many forces, including the Ouyang family, which had a sage-level fighter. Once the Sun Moon Star Palace accepted him, they might face the coercion of many forces. He did not know if they could withstand it. After pondering for a while, Su Chen decided to ask, because he could not find a better choice other than the Sun Moon Star Palace. "Senior Brother Chen, if I want to join the Sun Moon Star Palace, do you think the Sun Moon Star Palace will accept me?" Su Chen probed. Chen Feng did not expect Su Chen to ask such a question and was stunned. Xia Jingyi's expression suddenly changed, and she asked anxiously, "Junior Brother Su, is what you said true? You want to join the Sun Moon Star Palace?" Su Chen was a rare cultivation genius in the world. This kind of genius, no matter which force it was, would be scrambled for. "Yes." Su Chen nodded. After receiving Su Chen's confirmation, Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi looked at each other, and they could see the surprise in each other's eyes. They could imagine that once Su Chen joined the Sun Moon Star Palace, the overall strength of the Sun Moon Star Palace would definitely soar. Moreover, with Su Chen's strength, not to mention the selection of the Carefree Mountain, even the quota to enter the Void Battleground was within his grasp. "Brother Su, if you really want to join the Sun Moon Star Palace, the upper echelons of the sect will definitely welcome you warmly," Chen Feng said excitedly. "Aren't they worried at all?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. Leng Mai was a little confused. He really did not understand why Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were so excited. Could it be that Su Chen was a top-notch genius? But even a genius did not need to be like this, right? Which person who could enter the Sun Moon Star Palace was not a genius? Staring at Su Chen in a daze, Leng Mai asked, "Junior Brother Su, what level are you at now?" "Level 7, Su Chen answered honestly. "Level 7. Leng Mai's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Junior Brother Su, how old are you this year?" Su Chen looked to be less than 20 years old. A level 7 cultivator who was less than 20 years old could be considered a super genius. Even in the Sun Moon Star Palace, he could be considered a crane in a flock of chickens. He was indeed worthy of attention. 17. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently, "Only 17? Leng Mai's mouth was wide open, and he was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Leng Mai's expression, Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi couldn't help but laugh. When they found out that Su Chen was only 17 years old, how could they not be shocked to the extreme? Senior Brother Leng, Junior Brother Su is indeed only 17 years old. Moreover, he is a full-time level 7 cultivator. Chen Feng reminded him. What? Lung Mai's mouth was wide open, and his jaw almost fell off. A 17-year-old level 7 cultivator with a single profession was already unbelievable. A level 7 cultivator with all professions was simply a fantasy. Beside them, Shin Mingfei covered her mouth and tried her best to hold back her laughter. In the past, she was also shocked by Su Chen's deeds. Every time she saw someone like her, she would feel especially comfortable. Lung Mai swallowed his saliva and slowly came back to his senses. However, Xia Jingyi's voice rang in his ears. Although junior brother Su is only at level 7, his actual combat power is far beyond his peers. He once killed a level 9 expert. Chapter 664. Killing an enemy 2 levels higher? Lung Mai's eyes widened, and his train of thought stopped. The shock that Xia Jingyi's words brought to him was unparalleled. In fact, Xia Jingyi's words were reserved. Su Chen had not only killed 1 level 9 cultivator, but 3. And they were all level 9 powerhouses. Especially the Northern Holy Lord and the Southern Barbarian Holy Lord. They were existences comparable to level 10 cultivators, but they still died at the hands of Su Chen. This showed how terrifying Su Chen was. Su Chen cleared his throat and asked, "Senior brother Chen, you should know a little about me. If I join your Sun Moon Star Palace, will there be any trouble?" "It shouldn't be a big problem," Chen Feng thought for a moment and replied. Su Chen had indeed caused a lot of trouble recently, but compared to his value, these troubles were actually nothing. "Junior brother Su, don't worry. As long as you join the Sun Moon Star Palace, no one will dare to touch you," Lung Mai promised solemnly. After knowing Su Chen's true strength, he realized that the significance of Su Chen joining the Sun Moon Star Palace was extraordinary. A genius like Su Chen would definitely be the target of many forces. If he couldn't join the Sun Moon Star Palace, it would definitely be a great loss for the Sun Moon Star Palace. "Senior brother Leng, you still don't know about me. I've offended a lot of people," Su Chen said with a smile. Joining the Sun Moon Star Palace was a matter of great importance, and the people he had offended were not ordinary forces. He felt that it was necessary to tell Lung Mai. Lung Mai said indifferently, "In that case, why don't you tell us, junior brother Su?" Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi had not known Su Chen for long, so they also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Su Chen began to speak slowly. Of course, if he had to talk about everything he had experienced one by one, he might not be able to finish it even if he had 3 days and 3 nights. He would only focus on some of the more important things. Half an hour later, when Su Chen finished speaking, the faces of Lung Mai and the other 2 became unusually solemn. Su Chen's deeds could be described as earth-shattering. He had killed the genius disciples of the 5 super races, the son of Feng Li, and the elders of the Barbarian Divine Temple and the Holy Empire. Even the Ouyang family, which had a saint-level existence, had a genius disciple who had died at the hands of Su Chen. It could be said that Su had offended almost all of the major powers. If it was anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, Su Chen was still alive and well. This was enough to prove how powerful Su Chen was. "Junior brother Su, you're really awesome." Lung Mai smacked his lips and sighed with emotion. "Senior brother Lung, you flatter me." Su Chen laughed and changed the topic. "After hearing my story, does senior brother Ling think I can still join the Sun Moon Star Palace?" "Of course," Lung Mai said without hesitation. How could the higher-ups of the Sun Moon Star Palace miss an opportunity to recruit a genius like Su Chen, who had a great chance of advancing to the saint level? As for the forces that Su Chen had offended, there would definitely be trouble, but with the Sun Moon Star Palace's foundation, they could definitely withstand it. Su Chen was surprised to see Lung Mai so certain. He probed, "Senior brother Lung, there are saint-level existences among the forces that I've offended." Lung Mai smiled. "So what if they're saint-level existences? Saint-level existences won't easily return to the continent. Besides, our Sun Moon Star Palace has 2 saint-level ancestors. Who dares to provoke them?" Chapter 665. Hiss. Hearing this, Su Chen took a deep breath. The Sun Moon Star Palace actually had 2 saint-level existences. This was something he did not expect. At this moment, he finally understood why the Sun Moon Star Palace was known as the #1 faction of Forgotten Autumn Mountain. It turned out that they had 2 saint-level existences behind them. In this way, if he became a disciple of the Sun Moon Star Palace, with this identity, no one would dare to provoke him easily. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble senior brother Ling to recommend me to join the Sun Moon Star Palace, Su Chen said with a smile. You're too kind, senior brother Su. Lung Mai did not put on any airs. With Su Chen's strength and talent, once he joined the Sun Moon Star Palace, his status would definitely skyrocket. He might even be the next candidate for the sect master. Facing such a person, he did not dare to slight him in the slightest. Later, Su Chen and the other 3 gathered together to talk about the preliminaries. Because Su Chen's main purpose of joining the Sun Moon Star Palace was to enter the Void Battleground, he was more concerned about this. The intelligent war chariot drove for 2 hours and suddenly warned, Master, there are many powerhouses fighting in front. What cultivation level? For the Su Chen asked casually. There are several level 7 cultivators. There are humans and foreign tribes among them, the intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Was it a battle between humans and foreign tribes? Su Chen was puzzled, so he ordered, Satoshi, lock onto them and enlarge the image. The image on the central control screen changed. In a small forest, there was a scene of 3 humans and a man from the Night Devil clan fighting. These 3 humans were 2 men and a woman. They were all level 7 cultivators. Moreover, one of the men and the woman wore clothes with the symbol of the Sun Moon Star Palace. It was very likely that they were from the Sun Moon Star Palace. As for the man from the Night Devil clan, he was also a level 7 cultivator. Although he was fighting 1 against 3, his strength was abnormally strong. He actually suppressed the 3 humans of the same level and was about to lose. Seeing this, Su Chen was a little moved. The disciples of the Sun Moon Star Palace were outstanding even among their peers. However, when the 3 of them joined forces, they were still suppressed to the point of suffocation. From this, it could be seen just how powerful that man from the Night Demon clan was. Su Chen felt that even the level 8 Mo Rong would not be a match for this man from the Night Demon clan. Its senior brother Gu Tianhua and senior sister Lin Huayin. When Lung Mai and the other 2 saw that they were from the Sun Moon Star Palace, their expressions changed. Junior brother Su, please hurry over, Chen Feng said anxiously. Gu Tianhua and Lin Huayin were in a very dangerous situation. If they did not arrive in time, their lives would be in danger. Satoshi, charge. Su Chen ordered. Since he was about to join the Sun Moon Star Palace, he naturally did not want to see the members of the Sun Moon Star Palace in any danger. The intelligent war chariot was activated at full speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The moment the car door opened, Lung Mai and the other 2 rushed out of the car and joined the battle. They surrounded the man from the Night Demon clan together with Gu Tianhua and the other 2. Su Chen was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, his gaze drifted to other places. This was because Gu Tianhua was not the only one fighting. There were 3 other groups of people fighting. Among them, 2 groups of people were fighting against each other. The more Su Chen looked, the more confused he became. He did not know why they were fighting each other here. Just as he was about to get out of the car and ask someone about it, the intelligent war chariot suddenly said excitedly, Master, I found 4 space-breaking stones nearby. Chapter 666. What is the space-breaking stone used for? Su Chen's expression changed as he asked anxiously. Although he did not know what the space-breaking stone was used for, since the intelligent chariot brought it up, it must be something extraordinary. The space-breaking stone is also called the barrier-breaking stone. As the name suggests, it is used to break open domains. The intelligent chariot explained. Su Chen could not remain calm as he said with a trembling voice, You mean with the space-breaking stone, I can freely teleport to different domains? As everyone knew, if one wanted to go from one domain to another, other than using a teleportation formation, the only other way was through a domain passage. If one could really freely travel to different domains, then wouldn't they be able to kill as many people of other races as they wanted? That is roughly what I mean. The intelligent chariot first confirmed, then said, the space-breaking stone is usually used to build teleportation formations or domain passages. If I have enough of them, I can indeed travel to other domains. However, my level is still too low, and I can only enter some low-level domains. When my level slowly increases, I can gradually enter some of the more powerful realms. How many space-breaking stones do you need? Suchen took a deep breath and asked. About 5 pieces. The intelligent chariot replied. 5 pieces. Suchen muttered. There were only 4 pieces here, so he still needed one more. But no matter what, he had to get these 4 pieces first. Satoshi, who has these 4 space-breaking stones? Suchen muttered. These 4 groups, each group has 1 piece. The intelligent chariot immediately replied. Suchen now had some doubts. Were these people fighting at the scene for the void-breaking stone? No matter what, as long as he encountered it, it would all belong to him. Old Mo, little Tai, follow me to kill the enemies. Suchen called out to Mo Rong and the mechanical soldier, and charged towards a group of people of other races. This group was fighting a group of Night Demon race and Green Mang race. Both sides had a level 7 evolver each, and their strength was about the same. Suchen flew forward and smashed down with the Pegasus Meteor Fist, easily killing all of them. Isn't this too fast? Mo Rong could not help but click his tongue when he saw Suchen killing the group of powerhouses like a breeze sweeping away fallen leaves. Old Mo, clean up the battlefield. Suchen ordered and charged towards another group of strange races. As the saber slashed down, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning wreaked havoc. Before the clansmen who were fighting could react, they were turned into charred corpses. Little Tai, stay here and guard. Kill whoever dares to come near. Suchen instructed before turning his gaze to the 3rd battle group. In this battle, 5 humans and 10 half-beastmen were fighting. However, Suchen's continuous extermination of dozens of foreign tribesmen had caused quite a commotion. It had already attracted their attention. At this moment, both sides had stopped fighting and were looking at Suchen in shock. On the other side, the man from the Night Demon race tried to escape when he discovered that a human powerhouse had suddenly appeared. However, Leng Mai and the rest tried their best to stop him. Although the 6 of them could not do anything to the man from the Night Demon race, they still managed to make him flustered. Suchen looked around and realized that Chen Feng and the rest were not in danger for the time being. He coldly said to the 3rd group of humans and half-beastmen, hand over the space-breaking stones, or I will kill all of you. Chapter 667. Suchen's power had shocked them deeply. The few humans looked at each other and said anxiously, Senior, the space-breaking stone is in the hands of the half-orc. Suchen's gaze drifted as he looked at the half-beastman. However, at this moment, the half-orcs seemed to have discussed it and turned around to escape. You're courting death. Suchen snorted coldly, instantly activated the speed boots, and quickly chased after him. With a few screams, none of the half-orcs were spared. They were all killed by Suchen. What a terrifying power! The few humans were shocked when they saw Suchen kill the half-orcs. Their bodies trembled slightly. At this moment, they were uneasy. They were worried that Suchen would kill them all. On the other side, Suchen took the items from the half-orcs and put them into the storage bag. He then hurried back. Master, the items are all here. At this moment, Mo Rong came forward with a large pile of items. Suchen did not look at them carefully. After putting them into the storage bag, he walked toward Chen Feng's group. At this moment, Chen Feng and the other 5 were attacking the man from the Night Demon clan. However, they only had a slight advantage. What a powerful physical body! Su Chen glanced at the man from the Night Demon Clan and sighed. He saw clearly that the man from the Night Demon Clan could fight against 6 people by himself because of his powerful physical body. He could ignore almost all the weapons that attacked him. The Night Demon Clan could become one of the 5 superclans because of their powerful physical bodies. However, it was the first time he saw someone as powerful as the man from the Night Demon Clan in front of him. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to attack, the longevity fruit tree's signal came from the planting space. "Little show, what did you find?" Su Chen quickly opened the planting space and communicated with the longevity fruit tree. The longevity fruit tree said excitedly, "Master, I can feel the aura of the sturdy fruit tree. It's on that man from the Night Demon Clan." Hearing this, Su Chen's expression changed. Since the longevity fruit tree had said so, it would not speak without thinking. Moreover, he could also imagine that the reason why the Night Demon Man's body was so strong was most likely because he had consumed the demon core of the sturdy fruit tree. As Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, he raised his voice and said, "Senior Brotherling, all of you can leave. Leave this strange race person to me." With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to meet a decent opponent at the same level. The Night Demon Man was barely qualified, so he was eager to fight. Lung Mai hesitated. Although Su Chen was very strong, the men from the Night Demon Clan were also the strongest of the strong. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to surround and kill him? Why did he choose to fight one-on-one? Gu Tianhua and the other 2 found it even harder to understand. After all, this was their first time meeting Su Chen, and they did not know Su Chen's background. Although Su Chen had wiped out all the other foreign races in one fell swoop, those foreign races were just ordinary people. They were not on the same level as this Night Demon Man. Therefore, they felt that Su Chen was boasting shamelessly. Chen Feng thought for a while and said, "Senior Brother Ling, Senior Brother Gu, let's listen to Junior Brother Su." Thinking about how Su Chen could even kill level 9 experts like the Northern E Sacred Lord and the Southern Barbaric Sacred Lord, he should have no problem dealing with a level 7 Night Demon Man. "Junior Brother Chen, are we really going to leave?" Gu Tianhua was puzzled. He did not know why Chen Feng had so much confidence in Su Chen. "Senior Brother Gu, don't worry. With Junior Brother Su's strength, killing a level 7 cultivator is a piece of cake," Chen Feng said with certainty. Chapter 668. Since Junior Brother Chen has said so, let's back off then, Lin Huayin agreed. Gu Tianhua and the rest looked at each other and backed off. Seeing this, Su Chen walked up slowly. The man from the Night Demon Clan was confused at first as he did not know why Lung Mai and the rest were leaving. However, when he saw Su Chen walking over alone, he realized that the human in front of him might want to fight him one-on-one. "Kid, you want to fight me head-on?" The man from the Night Demon Clan looked at Su Chen with disdain and snorted. Su Chen was young and a human. Instinctively, he looked down on him. Su Chen did not say much. As he squinted his eyes, he punched the air. Whoosh whoosh, the wind from the punch whistled. 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air and smashed down on the man from the Night Demon Clan. Petty tricks. The man from the Night Demon Clan was unmoved. He even had a disdainful look on his face. In the next moment, all the golden fist shadows landed. Bang bang bang. After a series of collisions, the man from the Night Demon Clan was unscathed except for his body shaking slightly. "Human, I have an indestructible body. What can you do to me?" The man from the Night Demon Clan laughed arrogantly. "So strong." Chen Feng and the rest looked serious. "Junior Brother Chen, is your friend a match for this man from the Night Demon Clan?" The one who spoke was a young man with a fair complexion and an extraordinary temperament. It was the one who had teamed up with Gu Tianhua to fight the man from the Night Demon Clan. His name was Gong Gu and he was from the Flowing Water sect of Forgotten Autumn Mountain. "Senior Brother Gong, don't worry. Junior Brother Su's strength is unfathomable. What he has shown now is just the tip of the iceberg," Chen Feng said with a smile. "Unfathomable? Tip of the iceberg? Was he really that powerful?" Gu Tianhua and the rest were doubtful. On the other side, Su Chen attacked the man from the Night Demon clan again. When he got close, a violent mind power swept over first. While binding the man from the Night Demon clan, a purple light flashed under his feet and his body disappeared instantly. You think you can do anything to me just because you have spiritual power? The Night Demon man sneered. Su Chen was also a telekinesis master, and his spiritual power was comparable to a level 8 telekinesis master. This was something he had not expected. However, even though he was stuck in a quagmire, he still did not panic. This was because he had absolute confidence in his physical body. Unless one had a divine weapon, no one at the same level as him could break through his defense. If Su Chen used the primary 5 poles mountain and the chaos sky-splitting sword, he could easily kill the man from the Night Demon clan. However, he didn't think too much about it. It was very likely that the Night Demon man had swallowed the demon core of the sturdy fruit tree. The power of the 2 saint weapons was too strong. If he couldn't control them and destroyed the demon core of the sturdy fruit tree, he would lose more than he gained. Therefore, he chose another method to deal with the Night Demon man. In a flash, he appeared behind the Night Demon man and reached out his hands to grab his neck. What is junior brother Chen doing? Lung Mai and the others were confused. However, at this moment, Su Chen used the 100 times strength technique and pulled hard. With a cracking sound, the Night Demon man's head was cut off at the base. Bright red blood spurted out, and the air was soon filled with the thick smell of blood. F***CK. Seeing this scene, Lung Mai and the others felt their scalps go numb. Even Gong Gu screamed in shock. Su Chen's way of killing people was too cruel. It was inevitable that they were not used to it. Chen Gu pulled his head off again. Yang Hao, who was in the intelligent war chariot, saw this scene and couldn't help but click his tongue. The scene of Su Chen pulling off Piao Wushang's head appeared in his mind. Chapter 669. Junior Brother Su. Has he always been so fierce? Gu Tianhua swallowed his saliva, looked at Chen Feng and whispered. More or less. Chen Feng took a breath and said with uncertainty. Su Chen had killed enemies in the past. Although he was unusually violent and fierce, it was the first time he had seen someone pulling off someone's head. On the other side, Su Chen rummaged through the body of the Night Demon clan man. Not only did he take everything from him, but he also dug out a demon core from his chest. After the longevity fruit tree confirmed that it was the demon core of the sturdy fruit tree, he sent it into the planting space and handed it to the longevity fruit tree for safekeeping. Then he went back to the car, took out a blue ore, and asked the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, is this the space-breaking stone? Master, this is the space-breaking stone. The intelligent war chariot replied with certainty. From the appearance, the space-breaking stone was somewhat similar to the Big Dipper star-shattering stone. They both exuded a faint star power. Su Chen glanced at it and put it into his storage bag. Then he quickly got out of the car and went straight to Chen Feng and the others. He only found 3 space-breaking stones from the bodies of the alien clan people. There were 4 at the scene, and the remaining 1 must be with Gu Tianhua and the other 2. The space-breaking stone was too important to him, and he had to get it no matter what. Senior brother Gu, you have a space-breaking stone with you, right? Su Chen came closer and said straightforwardly. Gu Tianhua was slightly stunned, then took out a space-breaking stone and asked, Junior brother Su wants a space-breaking stone? Seeing that the space-breaking stone in Gu Tianhua's hand was real, Su Chen nodded and said, Senior brother Gu, this space-breaking stone is very important to me, can you sell it to me? Gu Tianhua hesitated for a moment, then handed the space-breaking stone to Su Chen and said with a smile, Since junior brother Su needs it, this space-breaking stone is for you. Although the void-breaking stone was extremely precious, thinking of Su Chen's strength, if he could take advantage of this opportunity to befriend him, it would not be a loss. Moreover, if Su Chen and the others had not come in time, he might not have been able to keep the void-breaking stone. So he might as well just give it away and leave a good impression on Su Chen. Su Chen did not expect Gu Tianhua to be so generous. After pondering for a while, he put the void-breaking stone into his storage pouch and took out 10 blood gems. Senior brother Gu, the void-breaking stone is too precious. I'll use these to exchange for it. Blood gems? Gu Tianhua was overjoyed. If Su Qin had offered something else, he would not have accepted it. However, the blood gems were different. They could improve the quality of weapons, and anyone would be jealous of them. Moreover, it was something he urgently needed right now. The eyes of Leng Mai and the other two lit up as they stared at the blood gems in Gu Tianhua's hand. Senior brother Gu, is 10 enough? If it's not enough, I still have some here. Su Qin reminded. It's enough. Junior brother Su, thank you so much. Gu Tianhua expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Strictly speaking, a void-breaking stone was more valuable than 10 blood gems. However, the void-breaking stone could only be used in transmitting formations and inter-realm passages. Even if it was 10,000 times more valuable, it would not be of much use to him. However, the blood gems were different. With 10 blood gems, he could improve the quality of his weapons and his strength would soar immediately. This was something the void-breaking stone could not compare with. Leng Mai and the other two became excited when they heard that Su Qin had void-breaking stones. Gong Gu cleared his throat and asked Su Qin, Junior brother Su, how many blood gems do you have? Can you sell some to me? Chapter 670. Who's this? Su Qin glanced at Gong Gu and asked. Chen Feng and the other two had only mentioned Gu Tianhua and Lin Huayin in the intelligent war chariot. They had not mentioned Gong Gu. Therefore, he did not know who Gong Gu was. Junior brother Su, this is senior brother Gong from the Flowing Water sect. The Flowing Water sect is one of the 7 superpowers in Forgotten Autumn Mountain and has a good relationship with Sun Moon Star Palace. Chen Feng introduced. Senior brother Gong. Su Qin greeted him and asked, Senior brother Gong, do you have a void-breaking stone? If so, we can make a deal. Gong Ji's face darkened. A void-breaking stone was something that could only be found by chance. Where could he get one? However, he did not give up. He asked tentatively, Junior brother Su, what about other things? I can give you more than the market price of energy stones. Exchange energy stones for blood gems? Su Qin had so many energy stones that he did not know where to spend them. Why would he exchange them with blood gems? I'm sorry, senior brother Gong. I only have a few blood gems with me. I have other uses for them, so I can't exchange them with you, Su Qin said perfunctorily. Okay. Gong Gu sighed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. After all, the blood gems belonged to Su Qin. If Su Qin did not want to trade with him, he could not snatch them. Given Su Qin's strength, if he dared to make a move, he would be killed in an instant. He did not have the courage to try. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi looked at each other and secretly shook their heads. Su Qin had more than a few blood gems. He had taken some from the Northern Yi Sacred Master and extorted some from the ancestor of the Beast Tamer tribe. He should have more than 100 blood gems. However, they knew Su Qin did not want to trade with him, so they did not point it out. Leng Mai and Lin Huayin had wanted to trade with Su Qin, but after hearing Su Qin's words, they gave up the idea. Senior brother Gu, where did you get the void-breaking stone? Su Qin asked. The intelligent war chariot needed at least 5 space-breaking stones to activate the function of traversing between realms. Currently, there were only 4 of them, so he wondered if he could follow the clues and find another one. It's in this small forest, Gu Tianhua said with certainty. Su Qin squinted his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He asked curiously, this place is so ordinary. How could a treasure like the space-breaking stone appear here? We only got the news by chance. Originally, we didn't believe it and just wanted to try our luck. Who would have thought that there would really be 4 void-breaking stones here? Gu Tianhua explained. Hearing this, Su Qin was even more confused. It was reasonable to say that no matter who it was, they would hide the news of the void-breaking stone. Who would spread the news? Senior Brother Gu, where did you get the news that there is a void-breaking stone here? Su Chen faintly felt that something was not quite right, so he asked. I heard someone talking about it in a restaurant in the nearby Azure Dragon town. Gu Tianhua replied. Chen Feng came forward and asked in a low voice, Junior Brother Su, is there a problem? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and whispered, I suspect that there is a conspiracy here. It was clear that the other foreign beings and humans had also appeared here after receiving the news. Obviously, someone wanted them to kill each other, so that they could benefit from it. But who could have done it? Who would have such a large amount of money? To be able to take out 4 void-breaking stones at the same time as bait. It can't be. Chen Feng's face changed slightly. Chapter 671. Su Chen didn't explain further. He turned to the intelligent war chariot and said, Satoshi, search again and see if there are any hidden people nearby. A few seconds later, the intelligent war chariot replied, Master, I didn't find anything. Su Chen didn't relax. With a thought, he released his mental strength and swept it in all directions. The detection function of the intelligent war chariot wasn't omnipotent. There were some things with hidden functions that couldn't be found. The sea giants controlled by the sea tribe and the metal-eating bugs in the miasma couldn't find any traces of them. When his mental strength extended to an ordinary tree 20 meters away, Su Chen suddenly raised his eyebrows. He vaguely felt a very weak energy fluctuation. Although it was hidden very well, he still caught it. Ordinary trees would never emit energy fluctuations, which meant that this tree was very strange. Get out. Don't force me to do it. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, locked on the tree from afar, and shouted coldly. Junior Brother Su, what's the situation? Chen Feng and the others were a little confused. They all looked at Su Chen. There's something strange about that tree. Su Chen pointed at the tree and said in a deep voice. Chen Feng and the others didn't know what was going on. They then turned their eyes to the direction Su Chen was pointing at. When they saw that it was just an ordinary tree, they were even more confused. Let's see how long you can hold it in. Seeing that the tree didn't respond, Su Chen raised his hand and shot a fireball over. Just as the fireball was about to hit the tree, an extremely thick stench of blood rose from the tree and soared into the sky. With a sharp whistle, the tree was uprooted from the ground. The color of its body instantly turned blood red. At the same time, a powerful pressure was released. It had reached level 9. In the center of the trunk of the level 9 demon plant, there was an old and evil face. After a sharp whistle, it opened its mouth and sucked, directly swallowing the fireball into its stomach. Level 9 demon plant. When they witnessed this scene, the expressions of Chen Feng and the others turned grim. Su Chen snorted lightly, the expression on his face remaining indifferent from beginning to end. Although it was his first time encountering a level 9 monster plant, he had killed a few level 9 cultivators before, so he was not afraid of the appearance of a level 9 monster plant. However, what puzzled him was that the level 9 monster plant in front of him seemed to be a blood plant, but the aura it exuded was different from the one he had killed on Qinyu Island. The aura of this level 9 demon plant seemed to be mixed with some death aura. With doubts in his heart, he opened the plant dimension and communicated with the longevity fruit tree. Satoshi, is this demon plant in front of me a blood plant? It's a blood plant, but it's not an ordinary blood plant. It's a mutated blood plant. The longevity fruit tree thought for a moment before replying. Mutated blood plant? Su Chen frowned slightly. He immediately remembered that mutated zombies existed among the zombies, and mutated zombies were often much more powerful than ordinary zombies. Mutated blood plants were naturally more powerful than ordinary blood plants. It could be seen from the fact that it had swallowed the fireball without suffering any injuries. Junior Brother Su, this is a level 9 monster plant. Let's retreat first, Gu Tianhua reminded with a solemn expression. Hee. The mutated blood plant laughed contemptuously and said coldly, Don't even think about leaving since you've ruined my plans. As soon as it finished speaking, its huge body trembled slightly, and the branches and leaves on it danced wildly. Countless blood-red threads shot out from it and wrapped Su Chen and the others in the blink of an eye. Chapter 672. What the hell is this? Chen Feng and the rest tried their best to dodge, but the blood-red threads were too dense and did not give them any space to dodge. They had no choice but to fight back. Fortunately, they were all talented disciples with extraordinary strength. Although they were a little flustered, they did not let the blood-red threads get close to them. Su Chen was closer to the front, so he became the main target of the mutated blood plant. Tens of thousands of blood-red threads attacked him, almost drowning him. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Along with a series of crackling sounds, his whole body suddenly rose to more than 10 feet away. Then a level 9 mind power swept out and blocked all the blood-red threads that were flying toward him. Junior brother Su is so strong. Lung Mai and the rest were shocked to see Su Chen block more than half of the blood-red threads by himself. Transformation technique. Level 9 is mind power. The mutated blood plant was slightly moved. After looking at Su Chen in a daze, a vicious look suddenly appeared in its eyes. Then, it gathered all the blood-red threads together and attacked Su Chen alone. Crack, crack, crack. Under this kind of intensive attack, Su Chen's spiritual power gradually couldn't hold on, and there were signs of it collapsing. Let's help junior brother Su. Lung Mai roared. Su Chen was the strongest among them. If he was injured, the rest of them would not be able to survive. Gu Tianhua and the rest knew this, so they rushed forward without hesitation. Can you save him? At this moment, the mutated blood plant sneered contemptuously. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a fireball the size of a millstone. It shot directly toward Su Chen. Suddenly, a scorching heat spread out like a volcanic eruption. Everywhere it touched, the ground was charred black, and even the air seemed to be burning. What level is this fireball technique? Gong Gu let out an inexplicable cry of horror, and his forward steps came to an abrupt halt at this moment. The fireball that flew over contained a terrifying amount of fire energy. It gave people the feeling that as long as they touched it slightly, they would turn into ashes. The expressions of Lung Mai and the others also changed. However, they did not stop and continued to rush forward. When Gong Gu saw this, she gritted her teeth and followed closely behind. All of you back off. Su Chen roared. This fireball was comparable to a level 10 fireball spell. It was definitely not something that Lung Mai and the others could withstand. Senior brother Lung, let's withdraw. Chen Feng shouted and took the lead to retreat. He was quite clear about Su Chen's strength. Since Su Chen had spoken, he had 100% confidence in dealing with this fireball. If they did not leave in time, it was very likely that they would become a hindrance to Su Chen. Gu Tianhua and the rest were stunned, not knowing what to do. Senior brother Gu, trust junior brother Su. Let's retreat quickly. Xia Jingyi reminded. Let's go. Gu Tianhua and the rest did not hesitate this time and quickly retreated. It was also at this time that the fireball had already flown close to Su Chen. A terrifying heat wave swept over, and Chen Feng and the rest felt as if they were about to be evaporated. Can junior brother Su withstand it? Facing such a terrifying fireball technique, Gu Tianhua and the rest trembled in fear and began to worry about Su Chen. You want to kill me? In your next life. Su Chen sneered and raised one hand. Suddenly, a colorful hill appeared in front of him. Chapter 673. As soon as the primordial 5 extremes mountain appeared, it rapidly expanded to the size of 100 feet. At the same time, it shattered the surrounding blood-colored threads and smashed directly at the fireball. Boom! When the two collided, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Buzz buzz. Under the impact of the huge explosion, the primordial 5 extremes mountain trembled violently. The 5-colored flowing light on its surface almost dissipated. However, in the end, it successfully shattered the millstone-sized fireball into pieces. It turned into fist-sized fireballs and splashed in all directions. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a large pitch-black pit was formed on the ground. The nearby trees were also smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. The most unlucky ones were the 5 humans who were fighting with the orcs. As they did not leave in time, they were hit by the flying fireballs and turned into 5 charred corpses on the spot. As Chen Feng and the others were far away and were behind Su Chen, they were not affected too much. However, even so, when they saw the scene of devastation around them, they all had some lingering fear in their hearts. At the same time, they once again witnessed Su Chen's unparalleled strength. If it were them, even if the 6 of them worked together, they would definitely be blasted into pieces. Junior brother Chen, why does junior brother Su's small mountain have such a strong defense? Jianghu asked in a trembling voice when he felt the powerful energy waves from the primordial 5 Extremes mountain. Because it's a sacred weapon. Chen Feng said solemnly. Junior brother Su has a sacred weapon. Jianghu and the others opened their mouths wide and their jaws almost fell off. As disciples of a large force, of course, they knew how precious a sacred weapon was. There were very few sacred weapons. Among the 7 major forces of the Forgotten Worries Mountain, there were no more than 3 forces that had sacred weapons. On the other hand, Su Chen was only a level 7 cultivator, but he had a sacred weapon all by himself. While they were shocked, they were also extremely envious. Looking at the expressions of Jianghu and the others, Chen Feng could not help but laugh inwardly. Junior brother Su has more than one sacred artifact. If you were to know, how would you feel? In addition to the integrated 5 Extremes mountain, Su Chen also had the primal chaos sky-splitting sword, a yellow longsword, and the severely damaged 5 elements heavenly dipper seal from the northern sacred lord. Of course, he wouldn't point this out so easily. After all, possessing so many sacred artifacts would easily attract the attention of others. Su Chen's troubles were not small, and he did not want to cause more trouble for Su Chen. You actually have a sacred artifact. On the other side, the mutated blood plant's eyes were filled with fear when it saw that the integrated 5 Extremes mountain easily destroyed its fireball spell. It even trembled as it spoke. Its most powerful trump card was its level 10 fireball. If even that couldn't do anything to Su Chen, it could only imagine what would happen to it when Su Chen regained his strength and counterattacked. At the thought of this, the mutated blood plant hesitated for a moment before it turned around and fled. However, although it was a level 9 monster, its body was too big, and it was not good at speed. How could it escape from Su Chen? Do you think you can escape? Su Chen snorted contemptuously. He activated his rapid combat boots and chased after the mutated blood plant. Human, spare my life. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Seeing that it could not escape, the mutated blood plant screamed in desperation. Su Chen snorted and swung his saber. A white torrent swept out and froze half of the mutated blood plant's body in the blink of an eye. Chapter 674. The mutated blood plant was terrified, but it did not wait for its death. It opened its mouth and spat out a wave of fire in an attempt to melt the ice on its body. However, the power of the fire element spell it released was far inferior to the fireball spell from before. At most, it was only at level 10. On the other hand, Su Chen's frost spell was a combination of the mysterious ice of the depths and the northern chill ice. Its power exceeded level 9. Therefore, the wave of fire could not melt the mutated blood plant in a short time. Senior, please spare my life. Seeing Su Chen charging toward it with a strong murderous aura, the mutated blood plant trembled violently and begged for mercy. Su Chen was unmoved. He released his mental strength and wrapped it around the mutated blood plant's body. At the same time, he controlled the combined elements 5 Extremes mountain and smashed it down. There was a loud boom. The mutated blood plant was smashed to the ground by the 108,000 kilograms of force of the integrated 5 Poles mountain. Half of its body was buried deep in the mud. Su Chen flew forward and stepped on the mutated blood plant. Then, he used the 100 times heavenly strength mantra and used the most barbaric and violent method to tear off the mutated blood plant's branches. The crisp sound of something breaking reverberated in the air. The thick branches detached from the mutated blood plant's trunk and turned into wooden sticks in the blink of an eye. The mutated blood plant could not bear the pain and screamed in agony. Junior brother Su is so fierce, so cruel. The scene of Su Chen torturing the mutated blood plant was witnessed by Gu Tianhua and the others. They felt their scalps tingle. Junior brother Chen, is junior brother Su always so fierce? Gu Tianhua looked at Chen Feng and asked softly. Su Chen's appearance was handsome, giving people a refined feeling. Who would have thought that when he fought, he would be so incomparably ferocious? It was really unexpected. Junior brother Su has always been ruthless when dealing with the mutated races. Chen Feng couldn't help but click his tongue when he thought of the torture Su Chen had used to extort information from the strange races. On the other side, Su Chen stopped torturing the mutated blood plant when it was about to die. He asked coldly, "Did you put the space-breaking stone here?" "Yes." The mutated blood plant's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and snorted lightly, "Where did you get the void-breaking stone? If you tell me the truth, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death." The mutated blood plant trembled in fear and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, Jiang Liran of the undead race gave it to me." How did another undead come out of nowhere? Su Chen opened his eyes wide and shouted coldly, "What is going on? Tell the truth." The mutated blood plant did not want to experience the feeling of being tortured again, so it said honestly, "Jiang Liran and I are working together. He is responsible for spreading the news, and I am responsible for killing the cultivators who come." Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell silent. The undead race had the ability to refine the dead into puppets, while the mutated blood plant could increase its strength by consuming flesh and blood. When the two of them worked together, they were indeed in cahoots and were jackals of the same tribe. Where is Jiang Liran now? What is his cultivation level? Su Chen asked coldly. Since Jiang Liran was the one who gave the space-breaking stone, he suspected that Jiang Liran had more space-breaking stones. Jiang Liran is a level 8 cultivator, but his whereabouts are unpredictable. "I don't know where he is either," the mutated blood plant said straightforwardly. Since he had asked all the questions he needed, there was no need to keep the mutated blood plant alive. Su Chen rubbed his nose and punched out without warning, killing the mutated blood plant. After a while, he collected the shards and kept the mutated blood plant's demon core. He then contacted the longevity fruit tree. "Little show, can the mutated blood plant's corpse be used as fertilizer?" Chapter 675. Master, the mutated blood plant contains rich energy, but the energy is very heterogeneous. It's not easy to absorb, the life fruit tree said. Got it? Su Chen nodded. He raised his hand and shot out a fire-type spell, burning the mutated blood plant's corpse. Then he called Imo Rong to his side and asked softly, "Old Imo, have you heard of someone called Jiang Liran in the undead clan?" "Jiang Liran," Imo Rong muttered. His expression suddenly changed and he replied with a trembling voice, "Master, Jiang Liran is an evil practitioner. Although he is only at level 8, he has refined hundreds of powerful corpses. His true combat power is even higher than a level 9 practitioner." Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes flashed. Jiang Liran was obviously a difficult person to deal with. However, since he might have a space-breaking stone, Su Chen would not let him go. Is there any way to find Jiang Liran? After thinking for a while, Su Chen continued to ask. "No," Mo Rong replied. Then he explained, "Jiang Liran is not only powerful, but he is also very careful. Otherwise, with the crimes he has committed, he would have been killed by other forces. Looks like we can only try our luck." Su Chen sighed and returned with Mo Rong. Junior brother Su. When Su Chen came closer, Gu Tianhua and the rest all went forward to welcome him. They looked very respectful. The power that Su Qin had displayed was enough to make them respect him. If they had not known him for a long time, they would have even called him Senior Su Qin. Su Qin smiled and greeted everyone. Then he asked, "Senior brothers, do you know where I can buy a space-breaking stone?" The intelligent war chariot needed at least 5 space-breaking stones to activate its ability to travel between realms. Therefore, he had to find a way to get another space-breaking stone. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The space-breaking stone was very rare. Even if there was one, it would be controlled by some big forces. It was rarely sold to the public. Junior brother Su, a space-breaking stone, appeared at the auction in Tianfeng City a few years ago. If you can't find it, you can try your luck there, Gonggu reminded him after thinking for a while. Heaven's Seal City. Su Qin silently noted it down. If he couldn't find the void-breaking stone after a long time, he could indeed go and take a look. Junior brother Su, aren't you from the mysterious heavenly mainland? At this moment, Gu Tianhua probed. He had heard of all the young geniuses in the mysterious heavenly mainland. For someone as powerful as Su Qin, it was reasonable to say that his name should have spread far and wide, but he had never heard of Su Qin's name and deeds, so he suspected that Su Qin had come from the outer islands. I came from Qinyu Island. I just entered the mysterious heavenly continent today. Su Qin didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. Oh. Gu Tianhua suddenly realized something and turned to look at Leng Mai. Junior brother Leng, how did you meet junior brother Su? I only met junior brother Su today, but junior brother Chen and junior sister Xia have known junior brother Su for a long time, Leng Mai explained with a smile. Gu Tianhua then looked at Chen Feng. He knew that Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi had recently left the mysterious heavenly mainland to train, so he suspected that they might have met on the outer islands. Chen Feng said, "It's all thanks to junior brother Su that junior sister Xia and I are able to meet all of you alive." Hearing this, Leng Mai and the others' expressions froze as they waited for Chen Feng to continue. Although Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were only level 6 cultivators, their combat strength was comparable to level 7 cultivators. Coupled with their identities as disciples of the Sun Moon Star Palace, who would dare to kill them? If such a thing really happened, the Sun Moon Star Palace would never let it go, no matter who the other party was. Chapter 676. Here's what happened. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief and told the story slowly. He told them how he met Su Chen when he entered the Imperial Beast Continent, and how he left the Imperial Beast Continent. By the time Chen Feng was done, Gu Tianhua and the others were shocked beyond words. They looked at Su Chen in a daze, their expressions dull. Massacring people from the Imperial Beast Continent. Killing 2 level 9 sacred lords from the Imperial Beast Clan. Threatening and blackmailing the patriarch of the Imperial Beast Clan. It could be said that each and every one of them was earth-shattering. Even though they heard it with their own ears, they still found it unbelievable. So he's this powerful? Gu Tianhua came back to his senses and sighed inwardly. He looked at Su Chen with eyes full of awe and worship. Su Chen's power when he killed the mutated tribesman and the mutated blood plant was already ridiculously powerful. They never thought that the power he showed was only the tip of the iceberg. Even a sacred level like the patriarch of the Imperial Beast Clan could not intimidate Su Chen. Instead, he was threatened by Su Chen. Gu Tianhua's breathing stopped every time he thought of this. There's actually such an extraordinary genius in this world. It's unbelievable. Gonggu clicked her tongue and sighed with emotion. They were all outstanding disciples of their respective sections. They could be called genius disciples no matter where they went. However, compared to Su Chen, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. There was a world of difference. They were not even on the same level. They even secretly guessed that with Su Chen's talent, he might be the first human to reach the sacred level in 10,000 years. Lin Huayin probed, "Junior brother Su, how old are you this year?" Gu Tianhua and Gonggu were also interested. Su Chen looked very young. How old was he this year? Su Chen rubbed his nose and said calmly, 17. 17? He had the power to kill a level 9 sacred lord at the age of 17? Gu Tianhua and the rest were petrified. Even their breathing stopped. Chen Feng and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. When they first learned that Su Chen was only 17 years old, how could they not have this shocked expression on their faces? Chen Feng cleared his throat and smiled meaningfully. Senior brother Gu, senior sister Lin, I have another piece of good news to tell you. Happy occasion? Gu Tianhua and the rest looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Chen Feng did not make them wait for long as he announced solemnly, apart from dealing with some trivial matters, junior brother Su will also join our Sun Moon Star Palace on his trip to the mysterious heavenly mainland. What? Gu Tianhua and Lin Huayin were pleasantly surprised. They both looked at Su Chen. With Su Chen's talent and strength, if he were to join the Sun Moon Star Palace, the strength of the Sun Moon Star Palace would definitely increase by a large margin. Gonggu was startled for a moment and sighed faintly. Although the Flowing Water Sect was also one of the 7 major forces of the Forgotten Autumn Mountain, its strength could not be compared to the Sun Moon Star Palace. If they were to make a ranking, the Sun Moon Star Palace would be ranked first while the Flowing Water Sect would be ranked last. The gap was already big enough. With Su Chen joining, the Sun Moon Star Palace would be even more outstanding. Gonggu was extremely envious of this. Under the gaze of Gu Tianhua and Lin Huayin, Su Chen rubbed his nose and said solemnly, I do have the intention to join the Sun Moon Star Palace. After receiving Su Chen's affirmative answer, Gu Tianhua clenched his fists tightly with a face full of excitement. Lin Huayin was also grinning from ear to ear. Su Chen smiled and changed the topic. Senior brother Gu, where are you guys going? We plan to make a trip to Xixia Valley, Gu Tianhua replied. Chapter 677. We're also planning to go to Xixia Valley. Let's get in the car together, Su Chen said. Gu Tianhua and the other two didn't hesitate and followed Su Chen into the intelligent war chariot. Su Chen gave everyone a simple introduction and ordered the intelligent war chariot to continue to Xixia Valley. Unexpectedly, just as the intelligent war chariot was ignited and started, they saw 2 young men rushing towards them. Master, these 2 are level 7 cultivators, the intelligent war chariot reminded. Su Chen could guess that most of these 2 people had received the news that there was a void-breaking stone here. It's Ouyang Buhui from the Ouyang family and Nziheo from the Assassin League. Chen Feng's face froze slightly. People from the Ouyang family. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered. When he was on Chong Su Island, Ouyang Chengfeng, who he had killed, was from the Ouyang family. He didn't know if this Ouyang Buhui was here for revenge. We don't have to pay attention to them, Gu Tianhua snorted. The 7 major forces of Forgotten Autumn Mountain were also in conflict with each other. Take the Sun Moon Star Palace for example. They had a good relationship with the Flowing Water Sect, but they were enemies with the Assassin League. Gu Tianhua didn't want to pay attention to them, and Su Chen was even more lazy to pay attention to them. He ordered, Satoshi, don't pay attention to them. Keep driving. The intelligent war chariot received the order and drove straight out of the small tree. Seeing that the intelligent war chariot was about to leave, Ouyang Buhui and Nziheo looked at each other and moved their feet, blocking the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, open the door. With the way blocked, Su Chen's eyes were unusually cold. Gotcha. The moment the door opened, Gu Tianhua was the first to rush out. He was worried that Su Chen would have a conflict with the other party, so he planned to come out and solve it. Ouyang Buhui, Nziheo, why are you blocking our MCV? Gu Tianhua glanced coldly and asked loudly. Gu Tianhua, why are you here? Ouyang Buhui and Nziheo were stunned. Gu Tianhua, how did our union of assassins die here? Also, who has the void-breaking stone? Nziheo recovered and asked coldly. The void-breaking stone is in my hands. At this moment, Su Chen got out of the car. Chen Feng and the others followed behind Su Chen. Seeing so many Sun Moon Star Palace disciples appear here, Nziheo rolled his eyes and finally stared at Su Chen. He snorted lightly and said, Brat, Hand over half of the void-breaking stones and I can let you go. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to leave. As soon as Nzaheo finished speaking, Ouyang Buhui stepped forward and stared coldly at Su Qin. He questioned sternly, "Boy, have you been to Chongshu Island? Did you kill my brother?" His younger brother was Ouyang Qingfeng. After Ouyang Qingfeng was killed by Su Qin, the Ouyang family quickly received the news and the murderer's portrait, which was very similar to Su Qin. Gu Tianhua and the other two did not know that Su Qin had killed Ouyang Qingfeng and were shocked at this moment. The Ouyang family had a sage-level ancestor behind them. The death of one of their clansmen would cause quite a stir. Are you talking about that trash Ouyang Qingfeng? If so, he did die in my hands. Su Qin admitted generously. Hiss! Gu Tianhua and the other two gasped. From Chenfeng, they had already known about Su Qin's audacity and fearlessness. However, there should be a limit to how unscrupulous he could be, right? The Ouyang family was not an ordinary force. Was he not afraid of revenge? However, when they thought about how Su Qin even dared to blackmail the ancestor of the Imperial Beast clan, they felt relieved. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.